Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello, Lamont, I'm guessing this works. You can hear me. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Right. Yep, got sound coming through. Perfect. We're about to get started in a few minutes here. So. All right, well, good morning, everybody. I want to welcome you to the Singh Center for Nanotechnology 7th meeting, annual user meeting. It has been 7 years since I actually joined the Singh Center out of industry. And I want to say I've never worked with a more talented group of individuals and been able to expand professionally as well while being in such a wonderful institution. Today's program will go over, and there's a few other points and highlights I want to provide and updates. I want to thank those that are here in person and online, despite the weather, the inclement weather that's about to happen here. We hope you stay for the entirety of the day. But of course, we'll still be here if you have to come and go as you please. So just for your safety, for those here in person, the exit is directly behind me. So if you need to exit the building for any emergency, the staircase right behind me by the bathrooms is where you want to exit. And lastly, for those of you that are here in person, there are wonderful exhibitors that are here with us. And we want to make sure that everybody is, oops, let me make sure this is working. That everybody is here to talk and meet with our sponsors, because honestly, without our sponsors, this would not be possible. In particular, our electron microscopy sciences and Inteltech thin film, there are diamond sponsors. They'll be actually the sponsors for our iPads that we're actually getting out this evening. Sponsoring one of the iPads for the poster session. So there's a poster session contest. We have 2 poster sessions, so it's for both poster sessions. You get the vote for your favorite one. So definitely intermingle there. And the second one is for visiting the sponsors, the exhibitors that are here. Every exhibitor has a very special name tag, and on their name tag, they have a QR code. And you want to sign in, sign up and register with them. But just so you know, they're spread out through the entire floor plan. So let's be kind to Chem Lab, who's all the way at the far end. We try to intermingle a lot of the different posters and stuff through here, and hopefully we can get all the traffic throughout this space. So before I get started, what I want to do is talk more about the center, provide you an update, and really focus in on, our commitment to the community and the impact that we've had since we've been open. So for those of you that don't know, we are in the heart of Philadelphia. And we're the 2nd largest city on the East Coast. And this is one of the driving reasons why we wanted to put the NanoFab here, was because we knew that there was going to be a need for this type of infrastructure. There are regional economic drivers here, over 100 colleges, universities, 5 medical schools, large biopharma presence, right? 300 healthcare facilities, chemicals, and refineries. And if you look at our history, we were founded in 1740. It was the first university, the joining of a university, of a medical school and college. And we consist of 12 schools and 5 hospitals. That is 40,000 employees today. We are the largest employer in the city. When you look at our students, there's 22,000, split roughly in half between graduate students and undergrads, which gives you a sure sign and signature that this is a research university, tier 1. We have over $1 billion in annually sponsored research. And actually, so that you know, the center is connected to over $500 million worth of research. We're located in a dense urban environment. Obviously, we have the university has an operating budget of $13.5 billion with an endowment of $20 billion, and its economic impact to this region is roughly $21.5 billion. So after the few years that we opened, we realized for all this growth that we had, we needed to reorganize ourselves. And we came up with our external advisory board, a strategic plan to help us guide us along the way for the next 5 years in 2025. And part of that was understanding what our vision is, and looking at the center that we want to educate, influence, and catalyze, right? And to have a mission to drive cutting-edge scholarship, produce collaboration, and a positive culture in nanotechnology. So when you look at our pillars of scholarship, culture, impact, and collaboration, our priorities are first, education. The second is going to be research and innovation. And the third is going to be engagement, which is one of the reasons why everyone's here today. We are a resource for the Mid-Atlantic, in case you didn't know. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a second. We opened in 2015, in fiscal year 2015, that with a grant to help open our doors to the public. And we're comprised of 3 core facilities, a clean room, and 2 imaging centers, all with 94 tools interlocked and available for public use. So we are a nanotechnology resource within this region, if not nationally, with expert staff, instrumentation available for everyone. And when you look at us from a national level, we're recognized by the National Science Foundation. We're part of a consortium called the National Nanotechnology Coordinated Infrastructure, partnering with 16 other sites regionally, serving as these nanotechnology hubs, promoting programs for professional development, promoting programs to understand spread the understanding of nanotechnology, and to also help with any other universities and regions that require our infrastructure. So our commitment to the community still stands. In the past few years that we've been open, especially since 2018, we've invested over $20 million in new equipment. We've seen 19 new C's faculty and staff expanding our talent base. And we're actually adding within the next year 500 more square feet of lab space in the Quadrangle Valley. And just to elaborate a little bit more, we've seen from having state-of-the-art confocal microscopy to cryo, SCM, TEM, and a wonderful set of TEMs that we have here with a new electron beam lithography that's coming up ahead. And I also like to add that we're going to be adding some new tool sets in terms of ion beam or ion milling into our part of our suite to help expand our base. And looking at our infrastructure, for those of you that don't know, we have 5 bays and are all connected by this main corridor, which you see down in the front of the gallery. And when we designed the Singh Center and we designed this last week, we designed it for growth. We first built out the first 5 bays, waiting for when we needed to expand. And this is our year to expand into this new bay with 500 additional square feet. Like I said, I've never worked with a more talented group of individuals. This is your Singh Center staff. And we did add a few new people within the past year. and I want to highlight them. David Barr, he's our senior manager, Sam Mazzati, Jason Brewer, Travis Venables, and Barry Darish, who will be our new building operations, director of building operations here at the center. And of course, I'd be remiss not to mention our expanding C's faculty, one of which you have the good fortune of hearing from today, that are also leveraging and catalyzing their work here at the Singh Center. So if you do run into them, please take advantage of the opportunity to learn what they're doing. So let's talk about our impact quickly and kind of understand what we've been keeping an eye on. When we talk about our impact, we look at what we're educating. We've had over 4,500 training sessions, probably way more than that now, since we last took these stats. That's all that equipment downstairs, right? Teaching, it doesn't matter if you're a student or an external user coming from industry or a startup company. That's who's folded into that, right? We're influencing. We have over 1,000 publications, right? That's come out of this center. And lastly, we've catalyzed over 200 plus work years with over 160 new principal investigators. And when you look at our research enterprise, at least locally or internally, right, we understand what we touch. There are 6 of the 12 schools that we touch. It includes School of Engineering and Applied Science, Roman School of Medicine, veterinary science, veterinary medicine, dental, School of Arts and Sciences, and design. And actually, it fosters collaboration, not only with us, but between them as well. But besides that, we want to know and understand how we impact externally. And you can see that 60% of our activity is internal, 40% is external. And you can see how that spreads out over the different disciplines that we have, and how that spreads out over the external affiliations. Over 50% of our engagement comes from external academics, pre-college, right? You see about 14% between large companies and also small companies coming in. And we have this understanding that, yes, because of this, we've done 200 plus work years of research in about 8 years. And we see different areas that they're trying to do, where large and small companies are trying to get into life science and medicine. Large companies are looking at materials, quantum physics, optics, and MEMS, and mechanical engineering. It's all external academic. And this is what we're supporting in our ecosystem moving forward. We also do educational outreach. So we have a lot of different programs for developing our students, having internships here. We have a cooperation with the Community College of Philadelphia for an nanotechnology program that my colleague Kristen Field can talk more about if you meet with her. We have undergraduate experiences here for the summer, local college field trips that we support over here, and of course, a master's level program for the students. For the other things that we help foster engagement, we have what's called an Innovation Seed Grant. This is actually open for both new researchers that are not just internal, that are external to Penn, and also startup companies. In addition to that, those startup companies that actually get their funding, start to grow, can be part of our program to help build their devices, which is called Club Nano Edge, which gives them some a little bit more flexible use of our clean room space. And so this is what we're doing. And what is the result of this type of activity? Over $33 million was raised by our Innovation Seed Grant group and startups in 2021. Right? That's an exceptional year, by the way. But you can see here over the course of time, these yearly totals, as they're adding up, are now over almost $60 million. And I think we've actually surpassed 60 million when we look at the breadth of the different companies that have touched our space and help foster innovation. So with that, as a quick summary for the center, again, we're a nationally recognized center of excellence. We have new instrumentation and innovation. Definitely talk to our folks downstairs and learn about the equipment that they support and the services. We've enabled 200 plus work years of research, catalyzing interschool collaboration, large and small companies, external academics, and our engagement programs have been fostering startup innovation, professional development, and educational. So let's talk about today's program. So for those of you here in person, you're probably wondering why there's no printed program. Well, for one thing, we try to go contactless because of COVID. But number two, it's good for the environment. That program is actually on your, for those of you that have a sticker badge, it's that first QR code if you want to scan it. Now it's kind of funny. Why would I scan myself? Well, actually it's to you so you can scan someone else's badge and you can meet someone new. The second QR code is the QR code for actually getting into the poster competition and voting for your favorite poster. There's other QR codes for that downstairs. 2 posters are free that provide that for you. So at least you have immediate access to that. A few other items I want to highlight is that for you to actually win a prize, if you are there at the end of the evening, that's what qualifies you. If you have someone as a substitute, that's fine too, just make sure it's claimed. If no one comes up, unfortunately, we will pass it on to someone else. So let's talk about today's program real quick. We have right now our welcome folding into our research talks. We have a brief coffee break for you guys to get back downstairs to the network, also stretch your legs a little bit. And then in session 2, what we're going to do is get into our vendor exhibition talks, followed by a lunch, which will last for about 80 minutes, getting into our session 4. The highlight here that I want to point out though, is that we're going to have a session talking about the CHIPS Act. For those of you that are not aware of the CHIPS Act, it's roughly a $50 billion infusion from the federal government that has yet to be properly defined as to what they want us to propose for. But we're trying to get a good understanding, at least from our perspective, with what's to come. And so Dr. Quinn Spadola, the Deputy Director of the National Nanotechnology Coordination Office, she's going to join us virtually today and provide a talk about the NNI and the nano microelectronics workforce development piece, right? So that again is going to be at 4:05, and then we're lucky to have in person today Dr. Tony Green, the Chief Science Officer of Ben Franklin Technology Partners of Southeastern PA, talk about building a greater Philadelphia innovation system and the opportunities and challenges that lie therein. Again, I want to thank our sponsors for coming out and supporting us. This really would not be possible without them. And I want to also make sure that everyone understands, please circulate as much as you can throughout this space. So today, we're going to have our keynote by Shane Yu at Yale University. Unfortunately, because there was a citywide conference going on, we were not able to book a hotel room. He was guaranteed a spot, and they said he was an overflow. Long story short, he's going to come in virtually and get his keynote. So please stick around. We will have 4 talks this morning, followed by a break. And again, coming back up here for a nice little rapid fire talks from our vendors. Shan, are you able to hear me?
Yes. Should I share my screen now?
Please do, yes. I'm going to go ahead and turn off mine.
Can you see my screen?
I'm going to move it over. We can all see your screen.
Okay. Let me just turn off my video. I noticed the internet connection is a little bit choppy, just to improve the bandwidth a little bit during the talk. Does it work?
Yes.
Okay. Should I start or?
Yeah, we could go ahead and start. That'll allow time for questions and so forth from the audience. So I don't think there will be any problem.
Great. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm really sorry I won't be able to be there. I really wish I could be in person to meet all of you. So I won't be able to see you while talking. So if there's any sign or questions, I don't know, we should raise a hand or something, or we answer at the end?
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and
Anyway.
answer again. So
Okay, great. So today, what I would like to talk about is the technology that I'm mostly involved with developing that allows us to visualize these biological samples across scales using electrons, ions, and photons. And here are just some of the snapshots or highlights of this technology. As you can see on the left side, this is actually a Drosophila brain circuitry. The dimension here is about 250-ish microns. And in the middle, it's a piece of mouse liver tissue. So we are able to get down the resolution with this electron microscopy a few nanometers. So what you're seeing is the mitochondria in blue and the endoplasmic reticulum in white. On the right-hand side, this is actually something very relevant nowadays. It's showing a T cell, the red T cell, smaller one, attacking a cancer cell in white, and that could be attacking some of the virus infected cell as well. So this is a technology allow us to visualize hundreds of microns, basically like this, with nanometer resolution. So how does it work? So let me just go through this using brain mapping as an example. So you always start with a piece of a fresh tissue. In this case, it could be brain, could be some of the cells that they culture on the covered slip. And the first step you have to do is to fix these biomolecules. So you use either aldehyde or another appellate approach, is the high pressure freeze the cells. And then the next step is to introduce heavy metals, and that's the elements that allow us to see basically the contract mechanism under electron microscope. So the heavy metal normally used is we can have osmium, uranium, or lead. Then you're going to go through the dehydration, get rid of the water, replace with organic solvent. And the very final step is embed everything in the piece of plastic, epoxy resin. So what you have to put into the microscope is no longer the fresh biomolecules or the tissues. It's actually a piece of a plastic with heavy metal located at where those biomolecules used to be. So once you have such a sample available, and there are a variety of modality or different techniques you can use to image this sample in 3D. So one common approach is what I call on the left side is a diamond knife thin sectioning. So you use a diamond knife to cut the sample into thin sections, about 40 to 50 nanometer thick. And then you can image those sections either through TEM or through SCM when you put everything on a piece of a silicon wafer. Now the problem or the challenge of this approach is because you need to maintain the integrity of these slides so that you can handle them, that limits how thin you can cut. In this case is about 40 to 50 nanometers. To overcome that limitation, a new technique, well, it's not new anymore. The technique developed by Winfried Denk more than a decade ago is a block phase approach. Basically, you image the top surface of your sample with an SEM beam, and then just shave off a thin layer of the top material using a diamond knife. So because you no longer need to keep these sections, so you can go down the thickness, the Z resolution from say 50 to 25 nanometers. But still, the Z resolution is more than an order of a magnitude worse than the XY resolution the electron microscope can provide. So the very last technique, that's the one I'm going to focus on, is called a focused ion beam scanning electron microscopy that most of you are familiar with. So these ion beams shave off the material on the top surface down to a few nanometers, atom by atom. But it doesn't matter which technology you use. At the end, you're going to end up with a lot of images. First, you need to stitch them in plane, and then align and register those in the Z-axis so that you form a 3D volume. So now, in the case of a brain circuit reconstruction, so you need to go through the data analysis. In this case, nowadays always use a deep neural network approach to segment out the neurons and the synapse Very last step is, okay, because those algorithm is not 100% perfect, you need human proofreaders coming in to correct those mistakes, and then you have the wiring diagram. So the grand challenge that actually motivated us to develop this technology more than 10 years ago is at Genialia is to construct this complete circuit diagram of a fly brain. I mean complete, basically every single neuron and every single synapse in the fly has to be reconstructed. So the Drosophila, the fruit fly, has about 100,000 neurons. Now, back in 2020 or 10 years ago, there was only one such wiring diagram exists for a small worm called C. elegans. It's about 1 millimeter long. And that has exactly 302 neurons. And that took Sidney Brenner and his team at LMB, MRC LMB, about 10 years to reconstruct that circuit. So that's going to be a very orders of magnitude scale up from C. elegans to the Drosophila brain. Given the volume and the resolution it requires, it's almost like, imagine you want to image the Singh center in 3D at the resolution about your fingernails. So, but however, the size of the data or even the time required to image data is not the most challenging part. It's most challenging is how perfect that sample needs to be, because you cannot have a gap more than 100 nanometers. Otherwise, it's very difficult to trace these neurons across that gap. So the reason why we pick focus ion beam, because it provides this beautiful isotropic resolution less than 10 nanometers. However, if you look at compare that technology versus the other in this what I call the working space defined by resolution, the best isotropic resolution on the y-axis and the volume on the x-axis, both are in log scales, by the way, and you realize this is a big wide open space. There's no existing technology was able to address. Unfortunately, the fly brain sits somewhere here. So it requires resolution less than 10 nanometers because these small fine processes needs to be traced, but the volume are tens of millions cubic microns. So there's more than 4 orders of magnitude between what a conventional available system can do versus what we need to do. So why is there such a gap? Well, basically, these systems, as you all know, any of these systems could drift. You can lose focus, and that could happen in a few hours. And there are a long list of other interrupts ranging from days to years. What's most challenging is after any of those interrupts, it's very difficult to restart with nanometer precision without data loss, because we need a very well focused on the imaging side, but more importantly, the milling side, that has to be nanometer precision as well without damaging the sample. Now, SEM is inherently slow compared to TEM, pixel by pixel, because of the scanning. Combined with just a few days of imaging, that's why we can only image a relatively small volume. So the thought was that when I first started is, okay, let's beef up the reliability of these tools, and the semiconductor industry is known to be very good at it. I was there for more than about 8 years. But quickly I realized that's not going to work because we are asking the machine to run years without interrupts. Well, then the thought was, okay, what about we have an effective reliability rather than 100% absolute reliability? The idea here is at the end of the day, as far as the images, the stack of images coming out from the scope is perfect. There's no error in there. Then it's okay. Rather, even though the machine could have many interrupts, could have breakdown, we can switch sample from one machine to the other machine. If we have a good stack coming out, then we achieve our goal. Well, that's exactly what we have done. In addition to this architecture change to have this smart architecture that's not afraid of interrupts, there's a long list of features implemented to enable a much faster and more reliable system. So I'll just quickly go through some of them here. So the first thing is we reposition the focus ion beam to the 90 degrees. Those of you have worked on focus ion beam before, you know most of the configurations like a V shapes. So this L shape allows us to get better and stronger signals so that we can image faster. And one of the key component of this technology is we implement a closed loop milling control, so that basically you take measure the current coming out of the specimen as well as say 2 different beam dumps. So these current combined together can provide a very good feedback to tell us where the feed beam is relative to the sample with nanometer precision. So that allows us to mill precisely during normal operation, but most importantly, that allows us to do smoothly engaging after any of those interrupts. And of course, another feature we put in is to what I call it zero overhead inline image auto optimization scheme, so that allow us to keep the image in focus, not just days, but rather weeks and months. And combine everything together, at the end, after several years of development, we had a system that can run fast and also can be stable for months to years so that we can do large volumes. So with this system in hand, so you can see basically it changed what we call, this is called the platform called enhanced FIPSAM that allows us to image a much bigger volume while maintaining the nice feature of isotropic, finer isotropic resolution of FIPSAM. And you can see the fly brain can fit comfortably within this range. And this is actually a picture of one of these systems. So let me just go through one of the several examples in the remaining time. So the first one is intermediate milestone before we hit the entire fly brain. That's what we call a hemibrain that has about 16 million cubic microns. The whole fly brain is about 40 million. So the way how we tackle this problem is first, the reason why we want to image this area is actually biological, very interesting. It has the navigation system in the brain to tell the fly where to go, and has the olfactory, so that give them the signal which direction where to find the bananas, and visual cue as well from the optic lobes. So the way how we image this volume is first use a technique that developed by Ken Hayward in the lab, is called hot knife. Basically, you heat up the diamond knife and the resin block so that you can cut in thicker sections. So normally diamond knife cutting for ultra thin section, a few tens of a nanometer. In this case, actually it's thicker, about 20 microns thick. So once we have these sections, we can mount them into the sample mount and then image them in parallel in 2 machines. And as you can see, we're heavily customize this machine, and you can see this is a Zeiss SEM column where we mount a FEI, now thermal fissure. At the time, FEI is very convenient the name, so that we can shorten it to a FIZE rather than just FEI Zeiss. Anyway, after 2 years on and off imaging, we have 13 of these tabs, and then we can digitally stitch them back together after a registration and alignment. As I play the movie, I apologize, this might look very choppy on your end, but the idea here, just to remind everyone, is we want to trace every single neurons and identify every single synapse. So some of these features, you can see, these are actual neuronal processes as we go through different planes. And some of the dark spots are what they call the synapse or the T-bars. Of course, the first question you ask is how well can we trace across the physical gap that we created at the first place. And here we are seeing, we're just coming from one tab to the next tab, and actually it's not bad at all. So we can actually follow these processes from one tab to the next tab. And another point I want to make is, in those 2 years of 2 machines on and off, we actually have hundreds of interrupts. The FIP, those are familiar with FIP, you know the FIP gun needs to be reheated every few days. And also we experience source change in the SCM, source change in the FIP, vacuum pump problems, hard drive failure, but you don't see those the gaps in this volume, and that's what I meant 100% effective reliability. So once we have these images put together on our end, the next step is we send the 3D volume to Google. A few weeks later, this is what we have received back, and this what they have done is to apply what they call a flood filling network. It's a version of a machine learning algorithm that automatically segment out the neurons, different colors here representing different neurons. As you can see, some of them this is not 100% perfect. For example, right here you see some of the region was not colored. Basically, the computer having difficulties to identify to figure out which neuron that belongs to. And that's why we have about 50 proofreaders working continuously for 2 years to clean up these data sets. But at the end, this is still up to date, the largest and the most detailed connectome in the world that has more than 25,000 neurons, 4,000 cell types. And as you can see, containing different regions of the brain, different functions, optic lobes, opticals, memories, everything. So just to put things into perspective, in terms of a volume difference, and to the scale, this little red cube on the left side, about 1,000 cubic microns, that's how big of a volume commercial system can do even today. And this is 16 million cubic microns, is what this enhanced version of the FIPSAM platform was able to deliver. So, everything is public available. Everyone who are interested to browse the data, look at how neurons are connected in the fly, in this particular fly, can browse it freely from newprint.genelia.org. So I'm very pleased to say that we finally finished what we set up for. The goal 10 years ago, we finished the imaging of the entire Drosophila brain and the ventral nerve cord. So this come together called central nervous system. And as you can see, as a massive teamwork, Julian and Ken on the sample prep side way to do the imaging, and Harold can oversee everything. And this was done with 8 machines running in parallel for about a whole year. So now the task is let's analyze this data, and the first step is through Google's algorithm, and that works pretty well. And we were actually able to identify in this volume, and it by looking at the counting the nucleus. So we know, as I pointed at the beginning, a fly brain has about 100,000. Now in this particular one, we know this has about 130,000, actually a little bit more than 30% of what people estimated. Anyway, so as you can imagine, now this machine that this platform created basically can allow anyone to image a large volume at fine resolution, and that can apply beyond the connectomics study. So I want to show you a few more examples how this can apply to other biological systems. So the first example is a collaboration with Andreas and Kelly at Dresden. So what they were interested in is the pancreatic islet beta cells. Now the functions of these beta cells in our body or in these mammalian animals is to produce insulins, as you can see, and then store them in this granule, secretory granule. You see all of these little black balls, those are the secretory granules. And what they were interested in is the microtubules inside the cell, and what this function to do to fulfill this beta cell function, basically how to regulate the glucose level in our blood. So the way how we perform this is they provide a sample and saw image as she developed entire pipeline images, large volume that contain multiple host cells. And they went out to segment out, basically, and analyze the volume. As you can see, these orange balls, these are the secretory granules. Each of these cells has about 5 to 7,000 of these. Those are the main features in these cells, because that's what the function's for. And you can look at other organelles such as mitochondria, now going through the Golgi apparatus, and these finally the microtubule, the main subject of the study. Now, because the volumes are big, still much smaller than the fly brain, in this case, actually a week or two imaging allow us to obtain several whole cells. In this case, we have 4 complete whole cells under high glucose conditions and 3 under low glucose condition. So the next step is to, after this segmentation, is to analyze this data, put in a quantitative statistics analysis so that we can see what have changed from high glucose conditions than the low glucose condition. So this is one of the example of that type of analysis. Here, what I'm showing is the looking at the length of these microtubules comparing low glucose and high glucose. As you can see, it's substantially shortened when the glucose level is high. On the other hand, the curvature doesn't really change much. So after applying this type of analysis of a variety of organelles inside these cells under 2 different conditions, we can summarize the finding in a rather simple cartoon form. On the left-hand side, it shows is the low glucose condition where you have very long tubules. And on the right-hand side, first of all, you see under high glucose, you have a lot more of these vesicles because you need to generate more of these vesicles to insulin, to synthesize more insulin to release to balance the blood glucose level. But very interestingly, the microtubule actually becomes shortened. So one of the hypotheses or one of the explanation could be under high glucose, you have a very tightly connected microtubule network actually hinder or slow down the transport of these vesicles to the membrane for release. Under high glucose stimulation, these network disintegrate so that it's easier for the vesicles, the insulin to release to the bloodstream. So another example I'm going to show you is about the liver. This is a collaboration with Gunesh and Gokhan at Harvard School of Public Health. What they have found is in this hepatocytes cells in the liver cell, the endoplasmic reticulum called ER change dramatically, depends on the condition, metabolic conditions. And they want to find out, okay, what is the relationship between the structure of these hepatic ER and the function of the cells. Similarly, we took these samples, 2 different conditions, and imaged them at 8 nanometer voxel, the same as what we did for the fly. They are large enough that after a week or 2 imaging, contain multiple host cells, and you can already see the dramatic difference even before any segmentation, just looking at the black and white raw images between the lean tissue on the left and the obese tissue on the right, which becomes a lot more obvious after segment out the organelle. So for example, the lipid droplets color in yellow is a lot more very abundant in the obese liver, which is not surprising at all. Now, the main interest, what they have for this study is look at the endoplasmic reticulum. So let's zoom in to take a closer look at the ER structure between these 2 tissues. On the left-hand side, you see this ER form this beautiful parallel sheets, what they call the ER sheets. But when you look at the obese animal, and actually those sheets turn into tubular form, they call the ER tubules. And you can quantify this type of observation. And for example, you look at the ratio between sheet to the tubule ratio, see there's a dramatic reduction from the lean liver to the obese liver. So that's very interesting, but that's not the end of story, because what they really want to connect is the relationship between structure and function. So it would be a lot more interesting or more convincing to see, okay, if the structure change, how does it affect the function? So for that, they pick a protein called CLAM63. Basically, this protein was able to reshape the ER structure in the obese animal back into the sheet form, just like in the lean liver. And with that, very interestingly, after the structure returned to the normal form, the function also returns. So that's really a good story to type the structure, the relationship between structure and function, and perhaps this might provide a therapeutic solution down the road for obesity. Now, once we image the liver tissue, and besides hepatocyte, there's another cell. This is a very interesting cell called the sinusoidal endothelial cells. So this is the cell actually in the cell wall, in the wall of the sinusoidal duct. It's a very interesting cell because in terms of volume, it's about 3% inside the liver. But if you look at the surface of this cell, it actually, in our human body, it's about 2,000 square feet. So a nice single family house surface area. So the main function of these cells is to basically filter out the waste in your bloodstream. As you can see, they have, this is very perforated. You have all these little holes. This is called the fenestra. It's about a few hundred nanometers in diameter. So what we could do is look at these cells and do the same thing and segment it out, all different organelles. And you're looking at the ER in blue, the nucleus, the big one in red, and the Golgi apparatus is in the orange, and the mitral is in green. So as you can get a feeling here is, once we image these volumes, the next step is to do segmentation to figure out what the organelle structures are. And then from there, try to understand what the functions of each individual cells or even individual organelles. Now, as you can see, so far I have presented everything at 8 nanometers. Of course, we can go down to finer resolution at 4 nanometers. That provides a much better view at certain features. Vesicles, not too much because the size, but if you look at organelle contacts between ER and mitral, as you can imagine, on the left-hand side is much better. And also you can see on the right-hand side, this is at 8 nanometer, a microtubule, you only see a little stick, where at 4 nanometer, you see a nice hollow core. Unfortunately, back then it was very difficult to generate large volume at 4 nanometer because it's a lot more challenging in terms of maintaining the system stability. So over the past few years, we have been focusing on how to make the system more reliable. So now we are able to get a big volume at 4 nanometers as well, about 200 times larger than what we started several years ago. So all of these data, as you have seen here, either the fly brain or these tissues, it takes a lot of investment, not only in the equipment side, but also for the imaging. So it would be great, we think, to have these data, put it up to open to the public, so everyone can browse and figure out what's new in those samples and learn the biology out of that. So that's what we created at Geneally, at this open organelle website, to allow everyone to freely browse not only the raw data, we have a few dozens right now, from cells to tissues, but also you can browse the segmented version of the data sets. With that, let me give you one example in that open organelle website. This is a collaboration we have with Alex Reeder and Ira Melman at Genentech. What they are interested in is to look at the T cell attacking cancer cells. As you can see here, the T cell is in purple. It's patrolling the area. Once it identifies the cancer cell, it's going to latch onto it, break the membrane, and inject a chemical weapon to kill the cancer cell. So everything happens as you in a matter of a few minutes. So it'd be very nice that we are able to capture the moment during the attacking event. So in this case, we image a smaller volume compared to the tissue, just containing a T cell colored in red here, and a cancer cell in white. So as you can see, the FIPSEM image, the raw image, basically, you can see just here highlighting different organelles, the nucleus, and various organelles inside the cancer cell, as well as the T cell. What's in between here is the most interesting part that they call the immunological synapse. It's where the battle happens. So after segmentation, you can classify the cancer cell at different color versus a T cell, and not colored. This is a black and white area. This is the immunological synapse. As you can see, a lot of these organelles are in very weird shape, naming probably something is breaking down, and so it's very gigantic impression there. So now we are looking at the surface of the cancer cell. You see these aggressive protrusion coming out of the cancer cell. Basically, the cancer cell detects the T cells attacking it. It tries to push everything back out to seal its membrane. Now, looking on the other side, the T cell end, you see this cupping, what they call cupping. Another signature for the immunological synapse is basically the T cell trying to latch onto the cancer cell with maximize the area to increase a chance of attack. Now, looking inside the cancer, the T cell, you see various organelles. The purple balls, these are the lipid granules. Basically, these are the chemical weapons that T cell use to attack the cancer cell. Now, in addition to segment out the organelles inside the T cell to figure out how it orchestrates the attacking event, we can segment out the organelles inside the cancer cell to see how it responds to the attack. So here you're looking at the mitochondria network. So the bottom line is this type of data sets really allows scientists to look at, in this case, a attacking and anti-attacking event in 3D at the nanometer resolution to understand how individual cells organize its organelles to fulfill this specific functions. So far, I've been talking about just electron microscopies. It's all black and white. The color are pseudo color that I put in, and it would be very great to get some help from photons in this case to help us to illustrate better, understand a little bit better of the biological system. So if we try to tell the difference among these three apples by looking at just the black and white images, it might be difficult. However, once we have color, and in this case, what we call this a correlated light and electron microscopy, so it'll be very easy to tell the identity in this picture. Now, the same idea in biology is the electron microscopy is good to highlighting all the ultrastructures inside the system. However, it doesn't have the protein identification. On the other hand, fluorescence microscopy can tell which protein is where by labeling them either endogenously or through exogenously, so that we know the protein composition of a specific system. So in this case, it'd be much better to combine those two so that we know which samples we are looking at belong to what kind of organelle. So one good example is in these cells or tissues, oftentimes we see the vesicles, and they are different kind of similar shape and forms, and really difficult to tell whether they are lysosomes or peroxisomes. However, if you label, in this case, we label the peroxisomes, then we can really identify different forms of peroxisome. As you can see, they have different shapes. Similarly, if we label other organelles with a different color, then you can study the interaction among these organelles. What I'm showing here is we will label the peroxisome as well as endosome on the left side. And in the center here, we're looking at similarly, but you can see in this case, the endosome has a very different shape compared to the one on the left. More interestingly, the last example that you can look at one more organelles, looking at in this case, actually is a mitochondria, where the ER sheet is wrapping around the mitochondria, and then the peroxisome is kind of hugging the entire ER mitochondria system. So the idea is to image fluorescence volume and then correlate with the EM volume. Just show you one more example, just to highlight what this kind of capability can do, where we image two cells, in this case, two COS7 cells, through the fluorescence imaging as well as FIPSEM. The idea to go through this, actually, we went through this under cryo conditions, is to get around the problem of having good fluorescence and good EM. Normally, you can only have good fluorescence where they preserve the protein and then the EM fixation will kill the protein. By going through a cryo condition, we can get around that problem. Now, here you realize the benefit of having a large volume of host cell. A lot of these organelles actually are very sparse towards peripheral and getting a lot more dense when it's near the nucleus. So this is just the first is this is just the 3D pseudo color rendering of the 3D volume from FIPSEM, and now we switch over to the fluorescence channel where we label ER in green and mitochondria in pink. Again, you see the dramatic, this very uniform distribution of these organelles inside the cell, a lot more dense towards the nucleus and sparse towards peripheral. Let's zoom in to see how well we are able to correlate, to register these two volumes. As you can see, it's not too bad. We got the ER and mito. It's about less than 100 nanometer registration error. This is a very interesting example. We see a vesicle inside the nucleus. Interestingly, the fluorescence marker indicate that actually is from ER. So we have some kind of ER protein inside the nucleus. Similarly, we can look at other places to get the idea how things are oriented and how they're structured inside these cells. So the next example is looking at another location where you look at here, for example, zooming in by looking at another vesicle in the ER site. And very interesting, they got this, what they call the mitochondria-derived vesicles outside, just right next to the ER. Anyway, I hope with these examples of showing you the capability of 3D FIPSEMs coupled with fluorescence imaging, how it can help us to understand biological system. But as you can see, a generic technology like this, a 3D volume EM, is, even though the example I've shown you just limited to biology, there's no reason why it cannot be applied to, say, nanofabrication or materials research. So we hope we can have in the future coming up new applications for that domain. So anyway, with that, I want to acknowledge a lot of people that contribute to this work. By the way, everything I presented today were done at Janelia. We're just starting the lab here at Yale. Primarily, a lot of the folks at the Janelia campus helping us to develop this technology, and more importantly, a lot of our collaborators, internal and external, providing these interesting biological samples I'm able to share with you. And finally, thank you very much for your attention. I'm very welcome you to collaborate, and we are hiring, and happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you so much. The floor is open for questions for Sean. Do we have any here? Do we have any? Oh yeah, please, Yanni.
Yeah, thank you. That was a very interesting talk and presentation, and I know a lot of work, and I know Janelle's been involved in that for years, and it takes forever and expense. My question is on the T cell attack. Is that specific to a particular cancer? I'm sorry if I missed that part, or is that a general potential um, need for killing cancer cells.
Sean, were you able to hear the question?
Yes, thank you for that question. That's a very good question. So let me make sure I got it correct. So you were asking whether the T-cell attacking cancer cell example as shown is a generic or general phenomenon or specific to this system.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
I have to say I'm not a biologist, number one. So for this particular case, I can only say this actually is for in this case, it's a T cell attacking a ovarian cancer cell in the mice system. So a lot of the structure that we have seen, I would say, is specific to this system. However, there might be commonalities among a generic T cell attacking cancer cell or attacking a virus infected cells. So this is kind of a showcase to see what this technology can help us to understand what kind of a structure at what resolution was able to resolve to figure out the attacking mechanism, as well as more specifically here is an anti-attacking mechanism.
Yep. One in the back first. Yes. And you have to speak up if you want him to hear. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Sean, there's just comments in the audience. We have another question? Yes, please. You have to speak up. Yep.
Okay, so thank you. That was a really interesting talk. I just have a really quick question about the fly brain imaging. So you've generated this immense amount of data about the connections in this fly brain neuron. How are you or other people using this data to better understand how neuronal architecture?
Did you get that, Sean?
I heard this, how we understand the neuronal architecture.
Yeah,
Maybe
how are you map of the fly brain to understand the fly brain better?
Okay. So how people utilize that data to understand the brain function, is that what you were asking?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's a great question, because that is the purpose of generating a connectome or these neuronal circuit reconstruction, is to figure out, okay, just like the circuitry in the IC chip, okay, a specific circuit connection have a specific functions. So in this case, there are a couple follow-up papers based upon the hemibrain study, is to understand the memory system, how memories form, and the certain motif inside the fly brain could help to explain those mechanisms. And that's exactly why people were trying to study fly brain. Hopefully one day could understand how our brain works by looking at the structure or the connections among these neurons. Thank you.
Great. And I think we have time for one more question. Jeremy, I'll need you to speak up so we can hear you.
When you're doing the cuts with the fly brain, does that damage the slices, and you lose data and pay for that?
Very good question. If I understood correctly, you're asking when we partition the fly brain into, say, in this case, 20 micron thick section, that partitioning step, does it damage or lose material? Yes, every partition, it does. Even the ultra thin section, when people cut TEM sections, there's a small loss of the material. In this case, we did estimate how much material loss. It's about 30 nanometers, less than one single TEM slide thickness. And that has proven to be not an issue in terms of tracing processes across that gap, about 30 nanometers of material loss.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, let's thank our speaker. Thank you, John. I'm very sorry. I hope one day we can meet in person again. Just so you know, Sean and I met through my virtual conference I did 2 years ago. And very similar talk, fascinating. And I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Next up is going to be Professor Chinanam Suji. He is the Eduardo Glant Professor and Chair of here at the University of Pennsylvania. So yeah, come on up. I'm going to get you set up here and share our screen. Oh, sorry. Let me launch you here. Oh, no, sorry. Let's see. Just last minute edits. Great. All right. And let's see. Oops, I need to share the screen. Okay, thank you, guys. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it was. Yes. Okay.
Great, thank you so much. Let me get my timer started here. Thanks, Gerald, for the
Yeah, I think we're all good.
okay, for the kind invitation, and also thank you to yourself and the Singh Center staff for the wonderful service that you provide. So I'm going to give you a talk that is more focused on material science, and I think there are many material scientists in the audience. The work that we do doesn't, I think, push the capabilities of the instruments that are present at the Singh Center, but we are heavily reliant on tools that are present in the Singh Center and also in the LRSM, essentially scattering and microscopy to advance the work that we do in my lab. So the title of today's talk is Creating Useful Nanostructured Soft Materials and Single Crystals by Directed Self-Assembly. Our work is all on soft matter. So it's useful to sort of provide the groundwork for this in the context of blockopolymers, systems that many of you are familiar with. So blockopolymers are canonical self-assembling materials. You take two, in the simplest case, two linear polymer chains and attach them end to end. And because of the chemical dissimilarity between those polymers, they seek to avoid each other on a molecular level. And that results in space-filling structures that are typically periodic. And so you get this generic display of ordered materials in which you can have, for example, hexagonally packed cylinders or lamellar sheets of one block sitting next to another block. And because of the chemical dissimilarity of these materials and the functionality that you can program in through the chemical composition, these are materials that are useful for a very broad range of applications, a small subset of which are shown here. So for example, there's a lot of interest in using blockopolymer thin films for ion conducting membranes in rechargeable batteries, lithium ion batteries, and that's an application that has galvanized a lot of the community. There's interest in using these guys as wavelength selective reflectors, right? Essentially as quarter wave stacks, and taking systems, for example, of hexagonally packed blockopolymers and creating them, transforming them into nanoporous materials, which can be used for pattern transfer lithography. So some of this work has been supported by Intel, for example, or for the creation of nanofiltration membranes. And so what I want to tell you about is a bit of a story, and then I'll give you two vignettes regarding the work that we do. There is a grand challenge, or maybe at least a big challenge in soft matter self-assembly concerning our inability, our general inability to create, generate, pattern, and integrate perfect single crystals of self-assembled soft matter with reasonable control over geometry and to do this in application relevant situations, okay? And basically, if I asked you guys to give me a cubic millimeter of a single crystal of a block of polymer, you couldn't do it. I'm certain that nobody in this room could do it. And I also can't do it, right? Nobody in my lab can do it. And so it's a big challenge for the community. And I think it's interesting because if you juxtapose the situation, the sort of state of knowledge or state of capability in soft condensed matter with that in hard condensed matter, the difference is jarring. Okay, so I have two kids, one is 10, one is 8, and I'm certain that I could teach them how to create single crystals of sodium chloride in about 5 minutes. And in fact, our ability to create single crystals of a large variety of materials in hard condensed matter underpins a lot of modern society. Okay, so the Shklovsky method, this is something that all material scientists learn in year 2, if not year 1, essentially is the basis for all of our microelectronics industry. We can create single crystal silicon in very large quantities. We slice that up into wafers. VLSI produces microelectronics, and devices sit in our pockets and in front of us all day. Likewise, the ability to create single crystals, macroscopic single crystals of nickel-based superalloys is essential for modern transportation, right? Essentially, all of jet aviation relies on single crystals of these nickel-based superalloys, and also in power generation, we rely on them. And we know why. The idea is that, of course, in systems that are polycrystalline, you can get creep at grain boundaries. You have higher mobility at grain boundaries. And that limits the temperature at which you can operate. If you have a single crystal, you don't have grain boundaries. And so you remove that failure mechanism and you can operate at higher temperatures. And if you're a chemical engineer or just a good physical scientist, you know that if you can operate at higher temperatures, you can operate with higher efficiency, right? So single crystals are important for modern society, but they're not the cat's meow, as they say, because it's also important in many cases to have small grains, because we know that in metals, the toughness of metals, the strength of metals is inversely proportional to their grain size. And that's captured by the phenomenological Hall-Petch equation. And that's because of dislocation pileup. So the take-home message is that if you're a material scientist, whether you're studying soft matter or hard condensed matter, you care deeply about controlling grain size and about developing processing tools, understanding how materials interact with fields, surfaces, and so on, to control grain size and where possible, maybe even to create single crystals. Okay, with that as a backdrop, and I didn't stop my timer, so it's okay. Okay, with that as a backdrop, I'm just going to give you 2 vignettes for this short talk regarding areas in which my group works. So we use magnetic fields to control texture in a wide variety of materials, of soft materials and nanocomposites, okay? And this is perhaps a bit counterintuitive because you think surely magnetic fields don't have much to say about texture development in polymers, but in fact they do. And the energetics are quite simple. They are in fact parallel to the energetics that you see for interaction of electric fields with any material. There's a free energy density in the system, which is orientation dependent. It depends on a magnetic anisotropy that can exist in the material. So a susceptibility anisotropy, whether that is diamagnetic, paramagnetic, or ferromagnetic in origin, okay? And so this free energy density results from the product of this magnetic anisotropy, or this anisotropy and magnetic susceptibility multiplied by the applied field strength squared. Now, if the size of the object in which this susceptibility anisotropy is expressed is large enough, then the product of the volume of that object with this free energy density can exceed kT, in which case you get alignment of that object on a time scale that's then just mitigated by the viscosity of the material, okay? So the short of the long is that soft condensed matter, hydrogen, carbon, oxygen containing systems in the typical cases can respond to magnetic fields if you use either a large enough field or if the grain size in those materials is large enough as well. Typically, delta chi is quite small. And so these materials align in the same way as needles align to Earth's magnetic field. But let's be honest, oftentimes we're using much stronger fields than that, okay? So in my lab, we have a unique instrument that couples a high field magnet with an X-ray source and a detector, and we do in situ scattering of soft condensed matter under high fields. Okay, so this has been used in the group. I'll just touch on these 2 examples. In one case, we were able to make a perfect single crystal, not of a block of polymer, but of a thermotropic liquid crystal. So it's another self-assembling soft matter system. And the idea here is that typically what you can do with a magnetic field is exert control over order in 1 dimension. Okay, if I have a uniform magnetic field applied to a sample, I'm controlling uniaxial symmetry, and so I should expect only control over 1 degree of freedom. If, however, I have a system like this, which is hexagonally packed cylinders, and I want to make a single crystal, I want to control not just the orientation of the columnar axis in that system, but I also want to control the orientation of the hexagonal lattice on which those columns are positioned, okay? So application of a magnetic field in the best case scenario of a simple, DC magnetic field in the best case scenario will only give you control over order in 1 dimension. But if you want control over order in 2 dimensions, you need a second input to the system. And it turns out you can do that. So what we discovered in the course of doing this work is that we can use magnetic fields to control the orientation of the lattice vector, meaning the orientation of the hexagonal lattice on which these columns are positioned. And that happens because of the existence, essentially, of tilted discotics compared to what I would call planar discotics. So if you have these columns, they're formed by the arrangement of disc-like aromatic species. They can exist in a non-tilted or in a tilted form. The existence of this tilted form essentially breaks a degeneracy that exists in the system. In the non-tilted form, the orientation of this lattice, these three orientations are isoenergetic with respect to the field. But in the tilted case, you break that degeneracy and there's a unique orientation that can be selected by the field. Okay, so there's a lot of details that I'm skipping over here, but the take-home message is that in going from a planar columnar system to a system in which you have this alternating tilt of the discogens, these disc-like rigid mesogens, you break degeneracy and you can use a magnetic field to control the orientation of the lattice. And with that in mind, then we can use a second means to control the orientation of the columns. And that's what we did here. So we have confinement, physical confinement of a sample in to something like a 10 micron thickness between two glass slides. And that physical confinement actually gives us control over the orientation of the columns. And then the application of a magnetic field perpendicular to that gives us orientation over that hexagonal lattice vector. Okay, so that's the story. And I couldn't possibly walk you through all the details of the data, but this is data that's shown for samples that are cooled at different cooling rates coming from the disordered regime of the system into the ordered regime. And what you should focus your eyes on here is the single crystal scattering pattern that results when you cool the sample at sufficiently low cooling rates. Okay, so that's so it worked. So we produced a macroscopic volume of a single crystal of soft condensed matter. And you can verify this if you do, the crystallographic experiment where you do scattering from three different principal directions, and you can see the characteristic absences of Bragg reflections that tell you exactly what the texture is that you have created. Okay, so how does this how does this intersect with capabilities at the Singh Center, and what sort of questions are we asking going forward? Well, there's an interesting question regarding metrology. Okay, so I've asserted to you that we've created a single crystal. What we in fact done have precisely specified the texture that matter should be arranged with, but we haven't controlled nucleation. And so there's a possibility that you can nucleate in different locations, and even though each of those grains has exactly the same orientation, they might still meet, and you might have stacking faults at the points at which they meet. And so that raises an interesting challenge. We can certainly identify grain boundaries when we have grains that are reasonably small, and this is just an example with a false color overlay showing that. But in terms of challenges going forward, there's an interesting challenge, and this is maybe an interesting discussion point coming on the heels of the previous presentation regarding metrology to find grain boundaries in very large grains. Okay, so these are systems with characteristic dimensions, lattice parameters, if you will, on the order of 4 nanometers. And the grains at their smallest are a couple tens of microns, or maybe even hundreds of microns. If anybody's interested, I can give you arguments later on about why we believe we've actually created a monolithic single crystal rather than just a collection of very large grains with identical textures. That's a fine detail, but the question regarding metrology is one that we remain interested in. The second story concerns the use of magnetic fields to control alignment of nanocomposites. And here now what we're doing is we're putting functional nanomaterials, in particular a core shell nanostructure. This is cad selenide, which is a high yield emitter with a zinc sulfide shell around it, which preserves those optical properties. It's a 2-dimensional nanomaterial. It's a nanoplatelet. We found a way to embed these, to disperse them pretty effectively inside of liquid crystal materials. We then use a magnetic field to control the orientation of the liquid crystal director field, and that indirectly controls the orientation of the cad selenide core shell nanomaterial. And so what you can do in this way is to control the orientation of these nanoplatelets, and thereby you can control the optical properties, the directionality of the emission that you get from this nanocomposite material. So that's what this data establishes. These are just TM images of the stacks of these cad selenide zinc sulfide core shell nanoparticles. This is a chemistry that we've used. This is a liquid crystal polymer that was developed in collaboration with Raji Kazi at UConn in chemistry. And this is a cross-linkable mesogen, which we blend into this system, which allows us to fix the structure to cross-link and vitrify the material after the alignment has been done. And what we've been working towards here is the development of nanocomposites that look like this for display applications. These are films of polymers in which you have a face-on orientation of those nanoplatelets, and you're taking advantage now in the display application of the very, very impressive emissive properties of these cadselenide nanoparticles, specifically in that face-on orientation. Okay, so you don't want them to be isotropic in their orientation. You don't want them to be edge-on. You want them actually to be face-on for the display application. And so the two challenges that we resolved were the dispersion, stable dispersion of these nanoplatelets in a liquid crystal material. And for those of you who work with liquid crystals, you know that's difficult because liquid crystals like to reject impurities, right? Solid crystals, crystallization is a wonderful purification method because crystals reject impurities. Liquid crystals aren't as harsh, but they're still quite difficult to work with. But we worked out surface chemistry to allow this. And then the data shows that if you apply a magnetic field, what you're seeing here is alignment of the liquid crystal director, but also some contribution that comes here from the nanoplatelet stacks. And as you increase the magnetic field strength, you get concomitant improvement and saturation in the degree of orientation of those nanoplatelets. And you can go back and forth. You can cycle the field and cycle temperature, and you can align, randomize, align, randomize these materials. So finally, what we've been able to do is what you might expect we would do. This is still work in preparation. So this data here still needs to be filled in. But what we've been able to show in a very straightforward manner is that you can create patterns of alignment of these nanoplatelets using a simple sequential process. So we can align the system, but then use a photomask to cross-link the system only in regions that we care about. And so we fix the orientation of the cadselenide nanoplatelets in those UV exposed areas. We then subject the system to alignment again, potentially at a different direction. And so those areas which have not been photo cross-linked are now free to realign, and we can thereafter flood illuminate the system to fix the alignment in those subsequently aligned areas. And so you can create, this is subject to the limitations of my creativity. So we just use a TEM grid. But what you can show already with just this very simple photomask and changing the orientation of the field is that you can get exactly what you expect to get, these alternating patterns of dark and bright images as we change the orientation of this is the surface normal of those nanoplatelets. And so you can get dark and bright images under crossed polarizers in optical microscopy experiments. And this is, of course, just reflecting the orientation of the liquid crystal around the nanoplatelets. But if you then look at fluorescence images, you can also see the differences in the emission properties of the nanoplatelets, which are aligned either orthogonal to one another in the plane or orthogonal to one another out of the plane. This is still data to be collected, so this is really very fresh off the press. Okay, I'm out of time. I'm going to conclude with a bit of a summary. We can create single crystal textures in soft matter, at least in one case, through clever application of dual stimuli in the system. Here we use a magnetic field and physical confinement to get mutual control over two orthogonal axes. These are interesting systems in a variety of contexts, but especially in the context of lithography. We think that these might be useful materials to work with. The extension of these sorts of ideas into other soft condensed matter systems is a challenge. And the metrology associated with looking for defects in systems which we think are single crystals is also a challenge. And maybe that's a place where big data can help us. We're not sure as yet. In terms of our nanocomposites, functional nanomaterials such as cadselenide, zinc sulfide, core shell nanoplatelets can be well dispersed and aligned by magnetic fields in liquid crystal matrices. And that opens up, a broad range of applications. Mostly we're looking at sort of display-related applications. I think I'm out of time. I'd like to acknowledge the folks who have done this work and the support of various funding agencies over the years, as well as the Singh Center for providing fantastic service. So much so that I seldom actually see people at the Singh Center. My students come here, they do their work, everything works fantastically well. So thank you guys.
Pat, do we want to see if there's any questions online? We'll let the people online go first. And
question, if I can read it out. For different materials, does the orientation of the lattice depend on the magnetic susceptibility, and to what extent?
Yes, it does. I mean, you always orient the, the high susceptibility direction, but depending on the shape of your molecule, you may have systems which have a negative magnetic anisotropy, which results in a degenerate alignment situation. So if I have a disk, for example, in fact, with those disk-like materials, the easy axis is in the plane of the disk. And so since those disks stack to form columns, if you apply a magnetic field and do nothing else, the orientation of those columns will be degenerate. Conversely, in the second case that I highlighted, we have calamitic mesogens, and they have a positive magnetic anisotropy, and they're rod-like objects. And so you don't have degeneracy in the alignment of those materials. So the short of the long is you always get alignment of the easy axis with the magnetic field, but depending on the symmetry of the molecular unit or the colloidal unit that you're working with, that may or may not correspond to a unique orientation. Hope the person online got that.
Do one more question. All right, well, let's thank our speaker again. Okay. Up next is Professor Salagassimi at the Center for Cellular Immunotherapies here at the University of Pennsylvania. Just shoot down this.
I'm just gonna talk about some new advances that we have in cancer center, the Center for Cellular Immunotherapy, about CAR T cells, a little bit biology based, but I'm happy to answer any question if it comes up. So here, this is a general way that CAR T manufacturing happens. So usually, we have patients that we get the T cells from the patient, and then we activate these T cells through the TCR receptor and genetically redirect them with lentivirus encoding chimeric antigen receptor, and then expand them about 10 to 14 days so that we can express this protein CAR on the surface of these T cells before we reintroduce this back to the patient. So the CAR T cells, that is expression of CAR on the T cell surface, make these T cells very specific to the tumor cells. So in a cancer setting, T cells, they don't do what they have to do. They kind of get exhausted. They might see a cancer cells, but they can't, do the typical way that they can kill the cancer. So this is the way that we redirect their capability by expressing this protein that only see the tumor cells, so they can kill the tumor. The success of CAR therapy, which Penn is pretty successful, is that in the whole therapy depend on several aspects. For example, some people work on the CAR design, or what target they can use. Many scientists, they work on the suppressive tumor microenvironment, that how they can manipulate that so that they can boost T cell function. My lab is specifically interested in the quality of these CAR T cells, and how can we have more optimized CAR T cells before we put them back to the patient. So we've done work a few years ago that we showed that when we activate these T cells and keep them ex vivo in expansion for 2 weeks, over time, these cells, we lose many of the subsets that are really, really important in the success of CAR therapy. For example, subsets that they have the stem cell T cell, they can self-renew themselves. So by the end of that expansion phase, that ex vivo expansion that we're trying to manufacture these CAR T cells before we introduce it back to the patient, we make a lot of effector cells. They are perfect to kill cancer. Like they go kill cancer, but then they die themselves, and they don't have any self-renewal property. So this was very important. We realized that, just keep them outside of the culture doesn't do us any benefit. So what we thought that, maybe we don't need to expand them. Maybe we don't need to keep them ex vivo expanded. Like maybe we can let these T cells to go inside the body, and then, they can do their work there. And then if they need to expand and they generate more numbers, that's what we need. And also what we did is that we eliminate the activation step, because the lentivirus that we use to transfer CAR into the cells, it's based on HIV lentivirus. It's pseudotype, so it's not dangerous, but HIV lentivirus, we know that it works with non-activated cells, so it can infect non-activated cells. So what we did to, just simplify what we did, we eliminated the activation, reduced the expansion to 24 hours. So basically really, really simplify this process, and hoping that, we get more potent CAR T cells, because, we would preserve, those subsets that are very important. Also, just expanding these cells ex vivo using really expensive, let's say, resources, such as human serum, that we have a limited quantity in the world. At some point we get, we're going to use it all. And so, and then also manufacturing spaces that, even Penn has, great manufacturing spaces. We use one room for a patient at a time. So for 2 weeks. So you could just envision the line of investigators that they just want to try their new development, let alone a lot of patients that coming from a very resource constrained area. And so it could eliminate all of these problems. This is I'm not going to go so much into the science, but this was what we tried. We had a typical standard way that right now is FDA approved, and you must have heard of it, the CAR T cells that came out of Penn and called Kymriah. So in this way, we get the cells, activate them, expand them for 9 to 14 days, and then they get ready to get infused to the patients. What we compared this group with another group, that we get the cells, don't activate them, just add lentivirus, less than 24 hours, they're ready to get infused to, not yet patient, because this is not tried in a clinical trial, but let's say we tried it in a mice experiment. So when we compare these two groups, these on the y-axis, we have a measure of the size of the tumor. So I start with here. This is our standard group. So they cleared the tumor very quick, let's say within a week. But however, after that, all of them relapse. And then this is the same as what I explained earlier, that, they can kill the tumor, but there is no T cells, around, because, they lost their self-renewal property. However, if you compare to the other group that, we didn't expand, and we kept them, didn't activate and didn't expand, they took longer to bring the tumor down, maybe compared to from 7 days to 14 days or 21 days. And then this is a stress test. So we use a different dose of CAR T cells to see what's the threshold. However, they could maintain tumor down up to 100 days, which was almost unheard of for the mouse model that we generally use. And we also measured the number of CAR T cells in the blood of this mice, and then it correlates with what we saw, that these cells are really, really potent, even though that we have a lot lower number of these CAR T cells because we don't expand them. But so we have a larger quantity of we have smaller quantity of high quality T cells compared to larger quantity of low quality T cells. So now, why am I explaining this to the engineers? So we, this is how we go. So the process of non-activated, non-expanded is really, really inefficient. So activated cells, they can get transduced very I mean, based on the system that we use, we can get like, we use the same amount of lentivirus, we might get 90% of CAR T cells. Non-activated our process, we might get 10%. So really, really not efficient. We are working with different ways to try to optimize this process. One of the ways that we are working, and we've shown before, is that the geometry of the vessel that we activate this T cells matters. So we did a very simple experiment, and this is like a diffusion limited problem, because let's say, like, this is the vessel that we use, like, if you think about, like, T cells on the red, so when we add to the normal tissue culture that we use in the lab, generally after, like, maybe an hour or 2 hours, they kind of like, sit on the bottom of the T cells, on their tissue culture. Then we add this virus particle that they're like really smaller than the T cells, and so they are like all over this media. And some in the current process that we use, like, we use like, excessive amount of media, and sometimes like these virus particles, they can't even interact with the T cells so that they can get fused and go inside and then pass a lot of other hurdles in order to get like, being part of the T cell genome. So we use the same amount of, volume, equal volume. The only thing that we did, we decreased the height, increase the surface area, so that try to have them more interactive with each other. And then we showed that, by doing this, we could increase, like, let's say by 4 times the transduction efficiency. But there is a limit that we can do this in the lab, because, I can't, like, put like, the really, really thin medium, because, they can get evaporating, in this setting that we have in the lab, right? So we were thinking that maybe we can have like a microfluidic device so that we can increase the interaction of T cells with lentivirus particle in a really small volume. So with collaboration with Singh Center, with Eric and Meredith, that is gone at the moment, we made a very small scale microfluidic for this system. And so we're working on that. The idea is that if we can completely eliminate this like 2 weeks process, make it a 24 hours process, and then what it does is that we can kind of like have the patient come in the morning, we get their blood, and then we use like this microfluidic system, and then we get the CAR T cells like within the 24 hours. And then what it does is that we showed that this process is very potent. The only thing that we have to work right now is to optimize the process and have a bioreactor, because all the CAR T cells that are FDA approved and out there, they work like with billions and billions of cells. This doesn't need that, and then we need to have like a very small scale, and and again, like that with this, like if we can make this process like the cost of goods like tremendously reduced, because at the moment like the CAR therapy costs like $500,000, which is almost like impossible to I would say like to use it, and then if we manage to make this bioreactor or microfluidic, we can think of like the first point of care access for the CAR therapy, because at the moment all the therapy, what it happens is that the patient have to travel to like hospitals that they do in very boutique hospitals like in US or academic center. They get their blood, they ship it to another centralized manufacturing, and then they have to make the CAR T cells, ship it back, and so it's really costly. And someone like actually calculated the cost of like just liquid nitrogen on the trucks that they have to just like transfer, and it was just tremendous. So if we eliminate all of this process, and then it can actually give access to patients from any area that as long as they have a device that they can manufacture like within 24 hours in a fully automated process. And also like one problem that we have is that at the moment, because like it takes so much time to manufacture CAR T cells, many times we lose patients in the whole process, because they have like progressive disease and they can't even wait like 6 months for their CAR T cells to get manufactured, tested, and then send it back, and then the whole process. So it has like implication for like patients that they have rapidly progressive disease and they can actually get a chance to use such therapy, such a strong therapy. So Yeah, so this is like many people are involved as usual, and my lab is hiring. If you're interested to be part of the project and like how to work with microfluidics, please email me.
So I want to apologize to those in the back. Our sound system is so reliable that we didn't really check it until this morning, and it worked, but it kicked last second the minute we started. So if you guys want to take the time to move up a little closer, that's fine. We're going to try to power cycle it during the break. So just want to let you guys know we are aware of the problem. Now let's go to questions for you, Saba. Does anyone have any questions for me? Yes, start with you.
Yeah, so great. So I assume no problems to generate this genetically modified body cell or inject into a patient.
Yeah.
Say now you have such a small amount of body cell. I don't know.
It's a great question. So we're working at the moment to modify all the release criteria tests that we have right now for like all this 2 weeks expanded T cells and CAR T cells that we have. Many of the tests that we do right now for the release criteria would not be necessary for the short culture process. Let's say we test for sterility, right? One of the common tests that they just wanted to make sure the CAR T cells, it has like a different criteria when we keep a T cell or like a cell outside for 2 weeks versus less than 24 hours. It's more like when we have heart transplant, they don't test for many things, and then so this is something that we're actively working to see what are the necessary tests that we have to do, and then yeah, so we know from that. Yeah.
One question in the back.
I'll speak up. Let me know.
I hear you. Yeah, it could expand to, this is for autologous, but but it could easily expand to allogeneic process. They have their own set of problems, and but for manufacturing them, yes, absolutely, it's the same exact manufacturing process for allogeneic. After they do all of the process that they have to they do with the T cells to be able to use it for allogeneic process, but that's exactly the same process to manufacture CAR T cells.
Well, we gotta keep moving, so thank you so much again. Up next is Adam Finnemore from DuPont. And getting your presentation now. So I did. Let me fix this up here. Boy, by this little thing. There we go. Now it'll go away. Great. This allows you to move. You have to go down. Okay. Yeah, thank you. All right. Thank you. Really? Oh, man. Okay. Thank you. All right. Let's has to do with this guy being in full screen. Let's just stop sharing. Sorry. Share again. There you go. Let's hook that.
We'll see.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Carol. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you here. So I'm going to speak a little bit about CapFlow, which is a clear polyamide that we've developed for the display industry. It used to be DuPont had a very simple motto, better living through chemistry was kind of the paraphrase of that motto. We've since moved on to mission statements and themes. And currently we say that we empower the world with essential innovations to thrive. by discovering and delivering results that matter. I still like the old motto a lot better. It was easier to remember. And we're a global company, but we originated out of Wilmington, Delaware, just 30, 45 minutes south of here. And that's where we've been based for the last 200 something years. And we have globally 15 R&D centers. And the chief R&D headquarters is also in Wilmington. We spend about 4% of our annual net sales on R&D. And we've divided the company into 3 different platforms. There's the electronics and industrial platform, of which I'm a part of, a water and protection, and a mobility and materials platform. So for the electronics and industrials that I'm a part of, the majority of our business, not surprisingly, is done in Asia, where a vast majority of the electronics manufacturing takes place. And the electronics and industrials is divided into 3 different businesses. I'm part of the industrial solutions business in here, and probably the brand name you might recognize from experience in the clean room is maybe Calres, the Calres O-rings that that are used on processes with very aggressive environments. That's probably the most common. Maybe Vespel, you might have come across that, or Kapton films, which are the amber polyamide films, and that's where we base the name CapFlow is from those Kapton polyamide films. And so CapFlow is the liquid polyamide offering for the display industry, and it has the advantage of, compared to the Kapton, where the name has been derived from, it's a clear polyamide. It's a fluid that our display partners can coat, and it's got a high temperature stability, which allows it to be used for the building of AMOLED displays. And it coincidentally won a R&D 100 award this year, so we're proud of that accomplishment. So why is the display industry interested in clear polyamides? It really comes down to we're used to the notch or the hole punch, or now I guess it's the notch is being rebranded on the i14 as the magic window, or I can't remember what the new nomenclature for it is. But we're used to our cell phones having these cutouts for the front-facing camera and other sensors, and so a few manufacturers have begun to eliminate the notch. Samsung eliminated it for the Galaxy Fold series, the 3 and the 4. Xiaomi also eliminated it, but they're still using an amber polyamide, and because of that amber color, that contributes a haze and an amber tint to the front-facing camera pictures, and they do a large amount of post-processing, but they still can't take it away. So the display manufacturers would like to go to a clear polyamide, which would allow them to have a hidden front-facing camera without sacrificing the quality of that image. And there's also other applications in the automotive segment, in particular. This is a demo that BOE showed in this year's SID with a transparent display on an automotive window. And so that's another application where a clear polyamide is being looked at. So because the polyamide has to be at the bottom of the AMOLED stack and survive the whole LTPS TFT process and the AMOLED construction, it has to withstand a number of different rigorous processes. So not only does it need to be optically clear with a high transparency and a low yellow index, it needs to have a high TG, low coefficient of thermal expansion, and it needs to have a high elongation to break. And so in order to develop this clear polyamide, and we don't talk too much about the nitty gritty of what we made and how it's different from your kind of your most generic basic polyamide, but using density functional theory modeling, we can model the absorption of the different polyamides that we would think of making, and narrow it down to a subset of molecules that we want to make. And from that, we were really able to break up the conjugation on the polyamide backbone, which allowed us to move that absorbance edge from the blue into the UV, which really shifted the color from the deep amber that we're used to seeing on Kapton to an optically clear polyamide. But one of the things that we ran into is all the testing that we were doing down in Wilmington were based on just the first step of coating a polyamide on a carrier glass. And that's very different from what our display partners were doing. I mean, they would take the polyamide through the full LTPS TFT process, and that is much more aggressive. Has many PCVD layers, both a barrier layer and in the active matrix TFT section. And because of that, they were seeing failures that we were not seeing when we had prototyped our material. And so we needed to be able to implement a method of testing our polyamide that would mimic what they were doing with the polyamide in practice. Now, of course, you know, we don't really need to go through the full build. We've just gone for a simplified build where we've encapsulated the polyamide, because what we really found is this is kind of like a pressure cooker that they're experiencing, especially because of the high temperatures and the dehydrogenation and activation step of the LTPS process. In a hermetically sealed environment, the polyamide was aging in a very different manner than we see when we would just test the films on glass. And so this is where the Singh Center comes in. I'm a little self-conscious about this, since this is probably the simplest, most minimal thing you can do. You know, it's kind of a living below my privilege here, you know, of what's available at the Singh Center. And I come here, I coat a single layer of silicon oxide. So if you see me in there, I'm parked on CVD01 with glass coated with polyamide, just putting on a layer of silicon oxide. But this has been really key for us for the development of this polyamide, and has really enabled a generation, the next generation of CapFlow. And so if we look at the previous generation of CapFlow, this is an accelerated in situ aging to simulate some of the aging studies we do. And these videos will start simultaneously, and they're accelerated videos. And if you look at the previous version on the left, you can see it's with less than 2 minutes, the degradation will begin to occur on these hermetically sealed polyamides. Whereas the next generation, or the current generation, it took about 21 minutes for that degradation to occur. So we were really able to improve the stability of our material by an order of magnitude, and we're continuing to improve it even further. So you know, you'll still see me in there. We're working on generations that surpass this current generation, so which allows our customers to go to higher and higher anneal and activation steps, and increase the mobility of their TFTs. And this has been a global effort. We have, you know, obviously the bulk of the team is based in Wilmington, where the development has occurred, but we also have teams close to all of the display manufacturers in Shanghai, Taiwan, and South Korea. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them. Yes.
The aging is over some very short times. What does that correspond to in an actual device?
Well, it was actually that it's accelerated in the video. So it's not for the device, it's for the device build, where they do the annealing and the activation steps. So it was over the same time scale that they do those. Yes.
Is the advantage of the polyamide over glass just the fact that it's solution processable and not like what's the advantage of polyamide?
So when they make the when they make these AMOLED displays, the glass is just a carrier glass that then is released from at the final step. So the polyamide is the substrate that allows. So what that allows is for you to have a bezel-less display, because they've wrapped around the edges into the phone, or they'll also make flexible phones. But it was Samsung that also put the display on the edge because they could. They didn't really have a good reason to, but just to kind of show off. They were one of the first ones to begin using these released, not on a glass substrate.
Right.
So the glass is just a carrier that they're using.
Do we have any questions online?
No.
Okay.
So, just a curiosity question, which tell me, I don't want to answer that, that's perfectly fine. Mentioned that, to get the clear polyimide, you in some way, that sort of makes sense, but that's also what gives you the temperature stability. So how did you maintain temperature stability?
That's a good question, and I'm trying to think what I can say, what we've disclosed. I would say, keeping things aromatic in the polyamide backbone helps keep the temperature stability. There's other things you can do that might break the conjugation, but that would, if it's aliphatic constituents, it's going to lower the temperature stability. That's probably a good, good start. And that's always the difficulty. There's so much more interesting stuff that we've done that we just, don't disclose. Even though I don't think any of you are running to our competitors to tell them.
Adam, thank you again for your talk.
Hey, thank you.
Well, I want to introduce Mark Allen, our director of the Singh Center. Do you want to say a few words? This is our time just before
I'll
our
say
break.
very few words.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like everyone's eager for the break, but thank you all for coming this morning. I hope that you got a chance to see some of the research that's ongoing. In addition to that, we also hope to educate the next generation of nanotechnologists. And that's where I was this morning, teaching them actually about the mysteries of block copolymers this morning. So it's very. So welcome. I look forward to interacting with all of you during the day, and especially at the break that we're about to have. It's great to see you.
All right. So let's take a break, and please be mindful of the time. All right. Thank you. We're gonna start queuing up here, so we have about 18 participants online. Right.
Oh, thanks. Good for you. I might be. Get the order.
Hopefully, it's not just vendors talking to vendors.
We got a few people online for sure.
All right, that's something.
Yeah, that works. I have no budget.
Wait.
They don't let me buy anything here.
Hope that's not true. I hope we still have a duo. I don't know.
This thing is driving me wacky here because am I missing something on this for the screen share here, just to hide it?
Oh, yeah, you can't drag it off screen if you, or I think so.
I use like.
Hide floating meeting controls.
Is that it? Is that what it says? Something in a name. Oh, there you go. Thank you, dude. All right. I'm going to try to keep us on time. Again, thank everyone that is online and in person for attending today, and especially our vendors. As you can see, for those that are in person, we have our microphones working again. And so those in the back should be able to hear us. But I would encourage those in the back to sit closer so that those that are showing up later can have a place to sit. Before I came to Penn, I was actually in industry. And I did the conference circuit, like many of my peers that are downstairs exhibiting. Probably one of the best things that happened to me was you definitely develop friendships because you see each other, you know, on a very rare occasion, but when you do happen to see each other, you're breaking bread, you're having drinks, and you definitely build a relationship. But that being said, on the other side of it, I'm happy to be a chair for this program here and inviting my former colleagues on the stage. And today we're going to have Heidelberg Instruments talk about the MLA 150, the advanced mask aligner, and this is going to be done by Greg. So Greg, the floor is all yours. I'm going to give you pointer. I should. Down is to down to go forward. Terrific.
That works. All right. Thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah. Hi, I'm Greg. I'm with Heidelberg Instruments. I'm the head of sales here for North and South America. And I would like to talk to you all about our MLA 150 maskless aligner. Before I dive into the MLA 150 details, I just kind of want to touch on all of our product lines. Because there's quite a few. So on the top left, you see photomask production. These tools are more designed for high throughput, high resolution for the commercial sector. So these are more on the expensive side of things, heavy market in Asia, for example. On the top right, you have the nanofabrication tools. That's our thermal scanning probe lithography systems. These are used if you want to do feature sizes, let's say down to 20 nanometer. And we're able to achieve this by using a heated AFM tip to sublimate thermal resist. And then next we have our DWL tools on the bottom left, and that's actually what's here at UPenn. It's our DWL 66 Plus. Those tools are made for mass making, direct writing, and also grayscale. In addition to that, we also just released a 2-photon system called the NPO 100. We purchased a company called Multi-Photon Optics. And yeah, so that's our newest technology. With that one, we can do feature sizes down to 100 nanometer. And then the topic of this talk is on our MLA tools, specifically the MLA 150. These are more designed for entirely direct write applications for wafers. There's various reasons for that, primarily the exposure strategy, but these tools are great for rapid prototyping. So why maskless lithography? Well, you know, with traditional photolithography, you would order a photo mask. You would send your design file to them, takes a few days to expose and ship. And then if something's wrong, you have to update your CAD file, send it back to the mask shop or internally if you're doing it internally. And then start the process over again. So that can take a couple weeks sometimes and can be really expensive. With the MLA 150, you can just upload the file to the system, convert it to a machine readable format, and then expose. And this is really quick. So a 4-inch wafer can take 10 minutes, let's say. So there are 6 cornerstones on why the MLA 150 is kind of at the success that it is. The first is the speed. As I mentioned, you can do a 4-inch wafer at 1 micron resolution in 10 minutes. That's with the 405 nanometer diode. With the 375 nanometer diode, you can, it's still fast, but it takes about 20 minutes for a 4-inch wafer. Next is the alignment. We can do global, local, front side alignment, and also backside alignment. So your global front side alignment accuracy is going to be better than 0.5 micron, very conservative. Your local front side alignment accuracy better than 250 nanometers, also conservative. And then we can also do backside alignment, where we mount a camera beneath the stage, and that's got an accuracy of 1 micron. Next cornerstone is the exposure performance. So this tool has either a 375 or a 405 nanometer wavelength, or both. You can choose one of 2 write modes. Write mode 1 has 0.6 micron resolution. Write mode 2 has 1 micron. Write mode 1, of course, at a higher resolution goes slower. That'll take about 35 minutes for a 4-inch wafer at 0.6 micron resolution. Next cornerstone is the ease of use. For those of you that have used the 66, the software can be kind of tedious if you're not using Genesis. It's completely redesigned on the MLA 150. So I always like to say you can train somebody in less than an hour to do a basic alignment exposure. 5th cornerstone is the economics. You don't have to deal with mass making, so you don't have to order expensive photo masks and maintain them. Additionally, we're using diodes, which have a long lifetime, so the maintenance costs on the system is very low. And then the last cornerstone is the flexibility. As I mentioned, you can have both wavelengths, so that opens up your resist possibilities to both your negative tone eyeline resist like SU8, but also your standard positive broadband tone resists. And then here are some kind of general exposure results. This was done with write mode 2. So 1 micron resolution is the spec. And here you can see we were pretty easily able to achieve 1 micron line spacing. The pillars there, I don't know what size those are. If I had to guess, maybe 0.75 micron with the 1 micron write head. And then with the write mode 1, which is an update since the MLA 150 first released, I can do 0.6 micron resolution features, also conservative. So here's some exposure results showing actually 500 nanometer line spacing, where we actually specified 0.8 micron line spacing with that write mode. So the tool, the exposure performance is achievable, the specs that we say, easily achievable, I would say. To summarize, the system can have a fixed write mode, either write mode 1 or write mode 2. Write mode 2 is fast at 1 micron resolution. Write mode 1 is slower, but still fast at 0.6 micron. Alignment accuracies of better than 500 nanometers globally, 250 nanometer locally, 1 micron backside. And then a maximum standard exposure area of 150 millimeters, which can be upgraded to 200. Am I on time? Right on time. I think that's it. Are there?
I got a question. So when you're writing, are going between the two different write modes, does that happen automatically?
So
And
they're,
can that be programmatic?
the write modes are fixed.
Okay.
So it's actually, they're not exchangeable like the DWL. So that would need to be chosen at the time of ordering. Yeah, that was kind of built into the design. We wanted a more simple maskless aligner with not a lot of options like on the 66.
Okay.
You mentioned one difference between the 66 and the 150, which is the software ease of use. What are some of the other upgrades that the 150 offers over the 60? Speed, I think.
Speed is certainly the biggest one for sure. I mean, if we're comparing 1 micron resolution on the 66, that probably takes, that's probably a factor of 10 times slower than what's possible on the 1 micron with the MLA 150. There's a few reasons for that. One of the larger ones is the address grid sizing has changed with write mode 2. So on your DWL, you've got an address grid of like 20 nanometer, I think, with 1 micron resolution. And on this, it's 100 nanometer. So if you're doing, let's say, curves or slopes, you might see staircasing at the higher resolutions. So that's why we say this is more for direct write applications, less for mass making. But the tools, we actually find that a lot of our customers have both. One is used for grayscale and mask making, the DWL, and then the MLA 150 is for your rapid prototyping.
Thank you. One other quick follow-up. So I heard at a recent conference, somebody who is not affiliated with Heidelberg say the phrase MLA 200.
MLA 300, yeah.
Oh, 300.
Yes, so that's our, yeah, that's an exciting system. That's a very fast tool. It's out now. It's designed for 300 millimeter substrates. Most often we find that in the industrial space, but it's exposing with 1 write module about a factor of 5 times faster than what we can do at 1 micron with this. So you're going with 1 module at about 5,000 square millimeters per minute. 2.5 minutes for a 4-inch wafer about. Yeah, it's super fast, yeah. So.
If you have any other questions, please visit Greg and his team at the booth. I appreciate it. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it. All right, up next. Sure, I have it right. We should have Ben Miller coming in. Make sure that I find your talk. Down this to go next. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so my name is Ben Miller, and I'm the in situ application specialist at Gatan. And I didn't choose the title, sorry, it's a bit long there. But I'm going to be talking about counted eels and 40 stem that's optimized for low KV. And this is using a new technology, hybrid pixel direct detection. I'll talk about what all that means. So first of all, an introduction to eels. When the TEM beam hits the sample, a number of signals and interactions take place. One of those signals is from the elastic scattering with the sample, and this produces a diffraction pattern. So that's one of the things we'll talk about a bit today. Also, you get inelastic scattering, where the electron is losing energy. And so from this, you get an electron energy loss spectroscopy, electron energy loss spectrum. There's also a number of other things that are going on, another number of other signals coming out of the sample, but I'm not going to talk about those today. So there's a lot of information that you can get from an EEL spectrum. From the zero loss peak here, this very sharp feature. We can get the specimen thickness, which is very useful for obtaining the best eels data. From the entire low loss region of the spectrum, we can get optical properties, the band gap of the material at the nanoscale. From the core loss region of the spectrum, we can get which elements are present, what's the composition of those elements, and also what's the chemistry, by which I mean, how are those elements bonded together? What's the oxidation state of those elements in the sample? And if we look a bit more carefully at the core loss region, these ionization edges, the presence of the edge gives us which element is present in the sample. The size of the edge gives some information about the concentration of that element. The near edge structure here, the shape of that edge can give us information about the chemical state using energy loss near edge structure, that technique, or the extended fine structure out here can give some information about the nearest neighbor configuration, similar to EXAFS with X-rays. So most people who are doing eels today are not just taking a single spectrum or even a single spectrum over time, but they're capturing a whole series of spectra as they scan the probe over the sample. So you scan over an area, and at each scan position, you get an entire eel spectrum. And of course, you can get the STEM detector signal simultaneously as well. And with our spectrometer, you can very easily switch from getting an eel spectrum to getting a diffraction pattern at each position. And if you get a diffraction pattern at each scan position, this is something that is typically called 4D STEM, where you have 2 dimensions in your diffraction pattern, 2 dimensions in the scan, and so you have 4D STEM. So I want to focus a bit today on 2 different detector technologies that are both what we call direct detection and counted techniques. So the first of these is a bit, it's still quite new, maybe 5 years ago, maybe a bit more, is when this first came out. This was actually first developed at Drexel, is where the first system was located for eels, for using this direct detection technique for eels. But with a direct detector, with a monolithic direct detector, the electrons often actually go through the sensor. And so the spread of the electrons here is determined to a large extent by the thickness of this sensor. And so they're very thin, and this allows us to minimize that spread. But now there's a new direct detection technology known as hybrid pixel sensors. And in this case, the geometry is quite a bit different, and each pixel has its own electronics for reading out the signal. And so these pixels tend to be large, both in the thickness and the size of the pixels laterally. And all of the signal gets deposited within the pixel. So the electrons are not going through the sensor, they're being captured within the sensor. So it needs to be quite large, each pixel. And so for the monolithic direct detection, at low kV, the electrons actually scatter more. You have more interaction with a low kV, a low energy electron versus a high energy electron. So at low kV, you get more scattering, more damage to the pixel. For the hybrid pixel direct detection, it's the opposite. Actually, at higher energy, higher kV, you get more scatter within these pixels because it's all contained within the sensor. And also, you have these large pixels, so that ideally all your scatter is within a single pixel. And so you have a large pixel size. That means you have fewer pixels in a given size camera. For the direct detection, the point spread function, that's how much does the signal spread when the electron hits, is really great at high kV, and also is very radiation tolerant at high kV, again, because it's very thin. The electrons just go right through. And the pixels can be small, so you can have many, many pixels, which is great for imaging. With the hybrid pixel direct detection, we have an excellent point spread function at lower kV, more radiation tolerant, again, at lower kV. And so you start to see a trend here. It looks like one of these would be a great technology for high kV and the other for low kV. And in fact, now Gatan offers a camera to go at the end of the EELS spectrometer for both of these detector technologies. So the K3 is a monolithic direct detector. And then just within the past year or two, we've introduced Stella, which is based on a Dectris ELA sensor that's a hybrid pixel detection for low kV. So again, K3 is great for high kV. It's also great for imaging because we have a lot of pixels. Stella is really nice for doing EELS at low kV. And in fact, you can actually put both of these, given the budget, you can put both of these on the same GIF, on the same spectrometer. They can go sort of back to back. And all of that is integrated into our software digital micrograph. So I just want to go through very quickly a couple of results from this new Stella detector. This is an example where knock-on damage was a problem for this material. And so operating at 60 kV really enabled them to mitigate that knock-on damage and do spectroscopy, spectrum imaging of this sample and see the distribution of these elements. Here, this is an example at 80 kV, so a bit higher, but still lower than would be optimal for the K3 system. And here we can see that the gadolinium distribution is different from the carbon distribution. And the ADF signal really matches more the gadolinium signal because it's heavier. But with EELS, with the EELS spectrum imaging, we can map out the distribution of carbon as well. And then finally, in this example, not only are we doing this same EELS spectroscopy, doing the spectrum imaging with EELS, but we can also capture 40 STEM. So we can switch the spectrometer to capture diffraction patterns instead. And this can actually be very easily correlated. If you just do these back to back, the software automatically correlates the spatial drift. And so you can get a map from the exact same position. And you can start to look at, what is the distribution of the crystalline regions that are in a particular orientation. So that's the end of my talk. K3 and Stella are both direct detection technologies optimized for higher and lower kV for EELS. So, thank you.
Do we have any questions?
These low kV studies, is there a limitation on the thickness of the sample that results from that?
Yeah, I would think you would need even lower, smaller thickness on your sample. But that's always a consideration with EELS, that your sample needs to be quite thin. Yeah.
All right, well, let's keep moving. Thank you so much. Right. Up next is Zalent. I'll let you in before.
All right, so we are Zealand based in Ithaca, New York. At our company, we develop solutions that enables our customers to gain early actionable insights into the thin films and semiconductor devices. So most of you are familiar with wafer prober, but as devices begin to scale down, traditional wafer probers plus the 4-point probes becomes very ineffective. So as you can see, the scale bar that I'm showing you here, it's in the millimeter. So you have a pitch here in the millimeter. If you have a small piece on your wafer in the micron scale, how do you land these millimeter scale probes onto your sample to do your test? So certain researchers resort to using lithography to pattern electrode as well as deposit metals on the thin films before they start testing the thin films. That process is tedious. You need a clean room to basically do that. It is expensive. And also the chemicals or the developers that are used in the manufacturing process could dope or affect the properties of that pristine material. So we offer a better alternative. We build fine pitch probes. So as you can see, the scale bar there is 10 microns. Each probe here is 5 microns with a spacing of about 5 microns. We go all the way down to the nanoscale. So instead of going through the whole lithography process, now you can just worry about your thin film. And within 5 minutes or less, you are able to bring our probes, land on your sample, and extract your electrical data. So with our technology, we reduce measurement times from over 24 hours to under 5 minutes. Transistor manufacturing involves so many steps, which includes what? Diffusion, annealing, implantation, silicidation, all a whole bunch of steps. We could also bring our technology in multiple steps during the IC manufacturing process to gain early information on the or to monitor the manufacturing process. Also, with pillars, capacitors, sometimes researchers are building MEM caps to characterize new materials. You can test them using our probes, fibers, as well as also, of course, 2D materials. The ability to quickly land the probes in different areas of that 2D material will save researchers a lot of money and time. With that said, this is our product portfolio. We build a portfolio of probes depending on the application for our clients. So what we've talked about, the 4-point probes that is basically used for IV, CV, and sheet resistance measurements. We also have parametric probes that are used for micro LEDs. During micro LED manufacturing, since these diodes are very, very small, it is very challenging to actually monitor the manufacturing process. With our technology, you can quickly come in, land the probes, and get your data. Then currently, we are also developing high-frequency probes, mostly targeted for 5G and 6G applications. With that said, we also have our standalone wafer prober. And the idea here is we have this probe head that accepts a portfolio of our probes. So you swap in our probes. If you break a probe, you just quickly remove it and put in a new one. We designed the software that also goes with our systems. So here, I'll show you a quick video of us probing at 10, with our 10 micron pitch probes. Sorry. Okay, good. So here, what you see are our probes, and each part that you see here is 5 microns with a spacing of 5 microns. Our systems here, the standalone ones, are semi-automatic. So we can actually recognize the features and quickly bring in our probes, land, and quickly get that data for you. So this is a demonstration at that scale that we probe. We do IV measurements as well as here, the bottom one, we can do a current sweep and measure the voltage drop across the middle probes. Then on the left side is anytime that we land, we can do a single sheet resistance measurement. So that is what, sorry, my mouse, I'm looking at here, but it's different. So that is the data that we show here for single point measurements. So we understand that certain researchers already have microscopes in their labs, especially for the material researchers. So for them, we provide them with our scope prober, which basically transformed your existing microscopes into a wafer prober or a probing system. The way we do that is, as long as you have an objective, we can adapt our scope prober to existing microscopes. And with that, now you can use a portfolio of our probes to quickly do your test and characterization. Then also, if you have a wafer prober, the idea here is we can now adapt onto the manipulator by dropping in our probe head. And that also allows you to use what different portfolio of our probes to test and characterize. With that said, the last solution that we also offer is we understand certain researchers do measurement inside an SEM, a scanning electron microscope. Here, we also have our own standalone nanoprobers that can mount into existing SEMs. And with that, I'll show you a video of us doing probing inside an SEM environment. Our systems or the probers are semi-automatic, as I said. So we use a lot of control feedback to bring the sample into contact with our probes. The idea is we don't want that measurement to be destructive. So we rely on our software to do that job for us. So as you can see here, bring the sample, land, probe, then step. So we can map that whole surface. We can map the resistance, the sheet resistance. If you want to do a CV measurement, we can also do that with our probes and our systems. With that said, that we are Zealand and we'll have an exhibition here. So if you have any questions, you can stop by.
Any questions from the audience? So any questions from online?
Here's a question.
Oh, please.
Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned that you can do CV measurement. Can you do them in electrolyte or just in practice?
So you mean bringing our probes into an electrolyte to do
Yes.
those? We haven't done it before, but yes, we can. Our probes can be immersed into solution. Very proprietary. Because the idea here is at that scale, you don't want the probe to easily break. So we do a lot of material engineering to build our probe to avoid breaking them easily. Any more questions?
Great, let's thank our speaker one more time. Thank you.
All right, up next, we have ChemLab, Jeremy Golden. Oh, yeah, that's right. To this guy. You just tap it and use this to go back and do that.
Okay, great, thanks. Hi, everyone. I'm Jeremy from ChemLab. I'm going to start a timer so I stay on time and keep everyone going to lunch here. So we are ChemLab. We make photoresist materials. We make all sorts of photoresist materials, E-beam, epoxy type, Novolac type, positive, negative tone. We are ISO 9001 and we're supplying to customers all over the world, American owned. And yeah, so we make all of our photoresist in the Boston area. And okay, that's us. We've been making photoresist, designing new materials for about 10 years. When we really started manufacturing photoresist in more earnest about 5 years ago. And we're focused mostly on filling in gaps where some of the big guys aren't playing or won't play. And you can just see through here, we have a whole suite of different types of materials, packaging resist, negative liftoff, epoxy. And yeah. So I thought I'd have a little fun with this one and just go through, we get dozens of applications, customized applications every year, maybe even hundreds depending on the year. And so I just wanted to share a few of you to kind of show you what ChemLab does for customers instead of just pushing our products here. So we got an application to us and this was a negative tone photoresist using at long wavelengths. And our friends at Heidelberg, you know, they make a tool and if you don't have the right wavelength tool or if you have a special laser, long wavelength laser that you're using, you might need negative resist at longer wavelength. And so they came to us and said, hey, I have a laser at 442. I need to expose a negative resist. Okay, we can help you with that. How do we do that? I had another request at 405, another one at 415. People are doing all sorts of crazy stuff and they don't have material. So we try and help them. Typical photoresist today, if you're using a negative Novolac resist, these are photoacid generators, and you can see where the cutoff is. You get no absorption, you get no cross-linking. So we're using a long wavelength photoacid generator to make this happen. So sounds very simple. It's a little harder, and so we have to work with people to actually make this happen. Our partners will help design the molecule and make this happen. And so here are the results. This is some microscopy on this. And so you can see the first one is a straight wall negative photoresist, 2 to 5 micron line space. That's done at greater than 400 nanometers. It worked out to 440. It was looking great. And then we used one with, we added a long wavelength dye to it and had to balance the PAG with the dye to get a negative reentrant type of profile to make a single layer negative photoresist for a long wavelength. Pretty cool. All right, so here's another application that we got, and this one we're actually releasing as a product. Similar to what DuPont was showing earlier, different type of mechanism though. The idea was we need a epoxy photoresist that doesn't yellow as much. And the application for this is like long wavelength waveguides, for example, used in LiDAR and other types of applications. So you're talking about an SU8 type of material. And so you can see that commercial material darkens with heat. It just yellows, and that's a problem for a lot of applications. They don't like that. And so we said, how can we limit that? And so we're introducing a product called OptiCoat. It's an optical grade of our epoxy that competes with the SU8 called Hair SQ. OptiCoat is the name. Increased transparency, doesn't yellow as readily. And it's made for electronics. It's using all like low metals materials and such. And we do a lot more QC on it. So you can kind of see the results on this. The chart on the left is you can see the competitive epoxies, how they degrade after time, whereas the OptiCoat just stays right where it is. And even long periods of time, 24 hours, we are showing no movement with the absorption. So that's pretty cool. So, so boy, what's this one? Yeah, it's an extra slide. All right, so I'll run over to a third application I got. This is another weirdo one recently. You've seen a lot of regulation, especially in the chemical area. In this case, this is PMMA in chlorobenzene, which has been a problem for a lot of people. And chlorobenzene has been more regulated. We just got the word that it's really getting tough to import in Taiwan. And it has been tough to get into Europe. And it's going to, this restriction is going to keep passing along from place to place. You don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. It's going to be harder. We elected not to make, we have a PMMA and an E-beam offerings. We elected not to make them in chlorobenzene because of the suspected carcinogenic properties. Yes, you can get the right PPE and control it, but it's not something we normally offer. But some customers actually need it. And there are different reasons why. In particular, this customer needed it because they were using it over a Novolac. And where if you have the PMMA and anisole, it will intermix, no doubt. And then you don't get it. But in chlorobenzene, spin it off quick enough, does not intermix. And so you can see the wafer on the left, that's a top. That's what happens if you spin an anisole on top of a Novolac, because it just intermixes and ruins your image. If you use a chlorobenzene, you can kind of see the two layers there on our micrograph here, and there's no intermixing. So how do we solve this problem and get around chlorobenzene and still do this intermix, solve this intermix problem? How to solve it? What does it need? You need a solvent. Basically a solvent that will dissolve the PMMA, cast a decent film, and doesn't attack the Novolac underneath. All right, so we said, well, what's the stupidest, easiest thing to do here? Put it in bromobenzene. It's not a carcinogen. Yes, it is an environmental hazard still, like the chlorobenzene. But so we were able to cast the 500,000 molecular weight in bromobenzene, beautiful coatings. It is a bit of a challenge with solubility. So you have to watch out. If the solubility is not good, you're going to drop out your high molecular weight parts. If that happens, you lose resolution. So there is a challenge into manufacturing this material. That being said, we solved it. We got it over there, and it does not have the regulatory restrictions like chlorobenzene does, and it's not a carcinogen and all that stuff. So at least not yet. We'll see someday if it does. But we solved that problem. The customer's using it, so that's great. All right, and this is our product catalog. We offer a lot of stuff. We offer a lot of custom solutions. We solve problems, both chemical and regulatory and supply chain. We try and make lower prices and turn around chemicals quick. So that's us at ChemLab. Thanks.
Yes. The index of refraction for the optical.
I will have to check that, but it's going to be similar to the normal epoxy, the SU8. In this case, the index of refraction is not changing. At least not that we could measure when we did the ellipsometry on it. Yeah.
How long did it take to get that custom formula to get the reentry profiles? Was that something that took off?
The trick is it's a formulation iteration, right? So you how much PAG, how much dye, which dye, and so you have a multiple dyes, and it's a formulary exercise. How much PAG, how much dye, keep balancing until you get that nice reentrant profile. And we've got it to a place now where if you do that, if you do those experiments, you can actually tune it. Like now we know how to tune it properly and keep enough cross-link density so you can tune your wall without it falling apart. So yeah.
Thanks again, Aaron.
Thanks.
Okay. So if you see, we're kind of moving through these quickly, but that will get us closer to lunchtime for sure. Close this window and open this one up. And I need to call up my former colleague, Roger McKay. Thing or a bad thing? Yeah, so Roger is with Genesis. This is we spent 4 years on the road together. But anyways, Roger, it's all yours. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Yes, I'm Roger.
Roger.
Oh, the microphone's got a yellow over here. Okay, all right. I do it. So, yeah, I'm with Genesis. Been at E-beam for since the '80s. But here I'm today to talk to you about doing metrology with your typical SEM that you have in analytical facilities and our ProSem software. Okay, here we go. So, what's the challenge in a facility like this? Small companies, analytical universities. You have an analytic tool. It's SEM tool. Very versatile, high resolution, $100,000 category. They're really great used in life sciences, bio, med, material science. They've got some software with them, but it's great for maybe measuring, counting particles or counting cells, but it's not really able to have any pre-builts for doing sort of metrology work. Now, on the other side of, let's say, Intel or Global Foundries, they have really nice CDSIMs in the $7 million category that can handle 12-inch wafers in large volumes and run through this and have great recipes for doing, standard CMOS and other type structures and looking through them. So, how do you kind of, you have this need in these facilities to try to do, nice repeated metrology that's reliable, but how do you do it with a tool that you're almost doing things manually? Well, this is, and you don't have the $7 million that Intel has. Well, we have our own software here. It's ProSem to try to bridge this gap to effectively give you the power of a CDSIM with your, $100,000 analytical tool. So ProSem, has advanced, has metrology, algorithmic metrology approach. It does, patterns, batch processing and pattern processing, you can actually integrate your layouts, your GDS2, DXF, Oasis into layouts. And then we have our newest high-end flavor option in ProSem to actually take control of the SEM itself directly. So yeah, we feel that ProSem is the best option for those trying to, get nice repeated results and quickly, and it's flexible to the user, and they can minimize their time on the tool, on the SEM tool itself. We have tried and true edge algorithm approaches. We can deal with trenches, lines, pillars, holes, anything. And we're also insensitive to things like noise and rotations. And something like this, where you have a background difference. You can see this bottom image here on the right, lower right corner, where in an SEM, this is a typical thing that happens. And it can be just the orientation of how the sample is to the detector and its orientation where one edge is brighter than another, or it could be a charging issue. And since we use a sigmoidal fit, then we can measure the width of this feature accurately, repeatedly, even though the video baselines are radically different on one side versus the other. So, yeah, normally when you're in an SEM, what are you doing? You're just picking, a couple of points to measure one small line. So great, you got one measurement. That's not statistically valid, is it? Well, if you in ProSem, you can sit here and just draw a large frame like a grading line like this, and then get this data, and we've got over 1,200 samples there. Now that's statistically valid, and you can get that. It will give you the standard deviation, the means, and everything off of that. And it's also showing you the rotation that's happening there. They could detect that rotation. Now, if you look at that green line on the right image, you can see that the red line is just slightly counterclockwise in rotation to it. That's because that red detection line is detecting perpendicular to the angle of the line. So if the line's sitting there, if your line's at 45 degrees, if you severely rotated it, the measurement will go with the line, not simply orient itself on 0 or 90. So you get an accurate measurement. We can detect basic NA-CMOS or other, shapes that you would have typically at an nanofab, and can do arbitrary shapes like on this lower left kidney bean kind of a thing, and work with 1D and 2D gradings and arrays. So if a user went to the SEM, grabbed an image like this, they just draw a frame around one particular circle here. So they do the measurement and let's say, okay, I want to find the rest of them. It's a one button click, they've measured them all. And then in that data, then they can also get like literally an Excel sheet, spreadsheet printed out of all of the data, the positions and the results of all those circles that were measured in the image. And then the next step they can do is they can use that as a template to then run through 1,000 images in a file folder off on the side. Yeah, you can just do another 1D array grading like this, do the measurements of the periods and the lines themselves, get that data, be 2D arrays like this, or even random arrays. Now, what's interesting, you'd see in this image, if you look at the circles, you can see a red line. The red line is a detected edge, as it's with the criteria you've set, and the blue line is the actual fitted. So you fitted a circle in these cases on each one of these images. You can export this as a GDS2. So you can export this, it will come out in two different layers. One layer is the detected edges, and the other is the fitted one. So you can take this back and compare against your design if you want to do metrology from what you did in the CAD versus what you did here. You can do. So in our newest incantation in this high-end flavor, I will say, of ProSem, we have an automation capability where it's got a digital interface to then drive the tool. So this allows somebody to just kind of do a 3-point alignment, and they actually have set up from their original layout points in the layout that they actually want to measure. Where they want to go to, what measurements they want to take, they want to measure a hole, they want to measure a line, whatever they want to do. And so once they're at the tool, they do that alignment, and then it just takes over. It just moves the stage, takes the image, pulls that image back into the software. So their time on the SEM is very minimal because it's all an automated script. They just simply set this up in advance, go to the tool, get the thing aligned, and just let it fly. So they're setting this up in the SEM automation. You can see both the SEM image and then the image layout. And this whole kind of flow allows you to, again, be very productive. So when you're actually at the tool and they start to just kind of load their sample, they're going to find either alignment marks or maybe 3 key points in their pattern they can refer to. They set up the first one and say, move, just maybe trim the stage. It does automatically move it to those positions that you selected. And then you just trim the stage position to then line that up. And you do this for the 3 points. And again, then you're done. And it just runs the automated thing. So ProSim is, the way to do automated measurements and reliable, just with any of your micro and nano patterns lithography. Works with any shapes, can do all these array studies, and we also have segmented contours. And this contour capability then can be used for cross sections. So if you're doing etch and things like that, etch where you're doing a cross section of that, you can also take that data. Again, you have an automated capability to try to do to run through even single images to run through arrays again, or translate that into just large batches of thousands of images to do a process characterization or process analysis. And again, our last thing that we've gotten in this enhancement is to automate and derive a tool directly. And that's the end of my party. Uh-oh, Lucille.
Yeah, I have a question. Can this be extrapolated to 3D data sets? Back to this and then we do a stack of it.
Oh, you just mean like batch mode of images and piles, or you talking 3D images themselves? Are you talking?
Well, it's a stack of SEM images. So you had a line and you wanted to measure the thickness, but also measure the angular change in the function. SEM image size.
Oh, so you're actually talking about doing a mapping and then taking that and making a 3D contour out of it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or some kind of change of dimensions in 3D.
It might be a way to do that if you're exporting those back out, because you can export that back out as a GDS2 that it finds fitted, and then from the original design, so you could actually look at that layer study maybe from because you could put that out on each image and to try to do that. It's an unusual approach, but yeah, those things like that, because contour is the other way to kind of, you're like measuring heights of resist or a structure sort of thing. But you're trying to kind of you're stacking 2D images then to try to, okay, that's a little more involved. But again, we put out a lot of statistical data on groups of images you could put out, and then if you can also put out that GDS2, and then you could kind of correlate that. It sounds like a way to go. Somebody else had it?
Yep, in the back, Kwame.
Talked about this is the consoles. Can you get thickness?
Yeah. I mean, as long as it's good. It's always fun if it's dead on. If your thing's at angles, it's a little. But if you're actually trying to do a height, let's say. Okay. Yeah, if you're dead on 90, then your calibrations are good, because if you've got a tilted stage kind of say, then it's fun to get the angle and then try to make corrections for that. But actually there's abilities in ProSem to put in scripts, so you can actually compute some things. You can actually you can Python scripting to do things in ProSim besides to do computational. Anything you good?
I don't see any questions on the line. I'll just double check.
All right.
No questions. Well, there's no other questions here. Thank you, Roger. Up next, we have Lucille from Test Scan. Roger, you can grab your phone. Sir, is this yours?
No, mine's in my pocket.
Oh, okay, someone else's.
Somebody left their phone.
Oh, it's Kwame, okay.
They're pretty fun.
And Lucille, presentation mode, down is to go forward. So,
Down is to go up.
that's sure. And the microphone's right here for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. It's nice to be here again at the workshop. I'm going to talk to you about applications of FIB SEM, particularly the one that is downstairs. So this has a plasma focused ion beam and a scanning electron microscope on a large chamber instrument with a whole bunch of analytical tools. So I'm going to focus on the things that are mostly able and capable of the instrument downstairs doing. So this is the Amber X. The instrument downstairs is the S8000X, which is basically the same instrument with a different name. The advantage to the very large sections. I'm going to show you examples of 2D and 3D applications, top sims, as well as cryo. So here's the big advantage to using a plasma ion column over a conventional gallium ion column, because the currents available are orders of magnitude larger. You can just cut bigger sections at a much faster speed. So the image on the left shows a typical gallium fib section. 50 microns is about the limit, only because of time considerations. You can cut larger things, but it would take you considerably longer times. Compare that to the section on the right, which shows a 1 millimeter cross section prepared in just 3.5 hours. And this is a lithium-ion battery sample. And obviously, when we go to then 3D information, whereas you slice image, slice image, slice image, stack the SEM images to make to get some 3D tomography results. The typical volumes that you get from a gallium fib are 10 by 10 by 20 microns. Compare that to the xenon plasma fib, where it's 200 by 100 by 80 microns. Much bigger sections, so you get more statistical information from your cross-section imaging. When you add a top sims onto a plasma fib sample, or excuse me, a fib instrument in general, the advantage of xenon over gallium is that you'll get more secondary ions. Conversely, your spatial resolution will be a little bit greater or less, depending upon how you look at it. Nevertheless, complementary to EDS, but the advantage to SIMS is that you're going to get much better low elemental, low mass resolution. So here you can easily pick up lithium in a lithium-ion battery sample, as well as fluorine, oxygen, of course, and you can get both positive and ion and negative ion scans. It's extremely easy and doable to make TEM specimens as well from a plasma fib sample. Here's an example from a semiconductor example showing actually at first delayering down to a particular level, and then cutting out a sample and making a high resolution TEM sample. You can also make very high quality samples for STEM analysis. In fact, this was imaged downstairs as well, showing the resolution there. And then we can put cryo stages on instruments for looking at biological materials, but also beam sensitive materials such as polymers, lithium-ion batteries, and other materials. So we can accommodate both a Leica or quorum stage. The one downstairs has a Leica stage on it. You can also do top sims in cryo mode for biological or samples or beam sensitive samples. So this shows zinc oxide in a sunscreen, for example. showing the cross section and then the top sims of that. You can also make TEM specimens in cryo mode, both what's called on the grid samples as well as lift outs. And there's your TEM tomography. This is a green algae sample. So you can make your cryo TEM specimens as well. And finally, with drawbeam, you can automate the TEM specimen preparation. And this shows how to do the so-called on-the-grid specimen prep using by saving and automating your bib milling procedures. So overall, with the Amber X, a very large chamber, you can fit a number of analytical tools in addition to doing conventional fib and SEM imaging. Some of the things that aren't downstairs are Raman and EBSD, WDS you can add, of course. You can also do photoluminescence, STEM types of techniques added to the system. So with that, I'd thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So Lucille, we had a great meeting this summer with SCAN, and I think that's one of the hallmarks of us working together closely. I definitely encourage any of the other vendors that are here to work closely with us, because we have, as you see, a venue that we can offer to help kind of build communities for you. So yeah, one question. So you guys have in your test scan suite the ability to do nano or micro CT as well.
Yes, sorry, I didn't,
Yeah.
I omitted that, but
Okay.
we offer SEMs, of course, standalone SEMs, fib sims, and we also offer micro CT for X-ray tomography. The big advantages to those tools are extremely fast acquisition, and all of them are dynamic by nature, so basically 4D information as well. And of course, you can do correlative work between your CT work and your fib work. So.
Questions? Thank you again. All right, so last but not least for today, right before lunch, we have Dan Wilson, until back thin film. Pro presentation on. Dan, down is a good one.
Okay, good to know.
Good, it's all yours. Right here.
Gotcha. All right, hi everyone. I'll keep this quick so we all can get to lunch with some rapidity here. So I'm Dan Nelson. I represent Intelvac Thin Film. We're a small company out of Fort Collins, Colorado, and our main manufacturing facility is up in Toronto. We focus on making ion beam etching systems and thin film deposition systems of all kinds. So this is sort of the team, and the reason I show this is that unlike some systems groups that make these, we focus rather than on mass like large production systems, we do more in the custom space. So a lot of what we do is in process development. If you all have a specific film you need to make and there's not a standard solution already in the market for that film, or you need to do a very strange or otherwise novel ion beam etching system, we will develop the system with you and then deliver that system, and not just support the system, but support the process that goes with that system and support your future production with that system. So we have a number of PhDs on staff, all in the development space. Some of you may know Dino already. He's our president. He's up in Toronto as well. All right, so given that, let me talk a little bit about
what product lines we do have, and just keep in mind that in any of these, though that we have these sort of standard product lines, they would all be customized to your needs rather than be a standard solution. So we have the Nanochrome product line, and this is entirely for thin film deposition. Now this can cover E-beam evaporation. This covers magnetron sputtering. We can do long throw evaporation or anything else that you might need. All right. So we have, this sort of comes in a number of sizes depending on what you're doing. We have the more R&D focused systems that are closer to 24 inches internal diameter. We can put any number of analytical tools in there as well to measure the film as you're going. Obviously, you're going to use QCM, but you can also do things like optical control and optical measurement of the films as you're developing them. And then we have, we can scale that up all the way to a more production sized unit, though not huge, which is the 4, which has a 42-inch internal diameter. And in that you can have planetaries, or you can have a single stage. It just depends, again, on your requirements for what kind of uniformity and quality you need the film to be, and how many layers you're necessarily building for a given film. All right. Our other product line that I want to highlight for this talk is our NanoQuest product line. These are our ion beam etching tools. And these can use RF or DC ion beams. And they can etch anywhere from 1-inch wafers up to 8-inch wafers, or even 12-inch wafers, depending on your needs. Again, these can have any number of analytical tools also built into the system itself, and will be dependent on what you have a need for when we design a system for you. So we can have things like a time of flight secondary ion mass spectrometer, or we can have an optical control, or you can have just a time and power type solution for how long you etch, and depending on the photoresist and all that, you can decide that at the time that we build a system. These are all actively cooled, the stages. They use dry chucking technology and can rotate or not, depending on what you need. The NanoQuest 1, again, is our, it's a similar thing to the Nanochrome system, in that it is a smaller system, more R&D focused, with substrates in the 4-inch or less size. And then you have the NanoQuest 4 system. You have the 2, 3 in between as well, but you can span the gap from a 4-inch substrate up to a 300 millimeter substrate, should you have a need for it, or if you need planetary motion, whatever works for your application. At the time that you come to us, we would, like I said, design it with you. All right, that's it. We're going to keep it short so we can get to lunch. We also do other things I chose not to talk about here. DLC, we do long throw indium evaporation. We have IVSD, whatever you need. So thank you very much.
So, Dan, you guys are right in front. Just want to let everyone know that they're right at the entrance. You don't have your sign up, so
Yeah.
make sure that everyone knows where to find you.
Sure, yeah, we're right in front. If you have any questions, feel free to come talk to us.
And with that, I guess we'll break for lunch. Thank you, everybody.
Right.
Great. Traveling with things there.
Right. Pick up a little bit.
Everybody have a good lunch? Everyone got lunch? There's maybe one student there? I've never seen so many box lunches have legs and people can walk away. Those grad students. Yeah. I think next year what we're gonna do is have, if you only way to get a meal is that you have to come up here to get a ticket. Because it's a little unfair for those that are actually attending. We got. So I think the rest will eventually show up. I do want to try to keep us on time. I do always stick about a 5-minute buffer here. For those of you that aren't familiar with some of our engagement programs, one of them is this Innovation Seed Grant, where it's open for startup companies and small research groups that kind of want to dabble a little bit into what we have to offer. It's basically, you think of it as like a way to minimize risk, especially if you're trying to develop a device and you really don't know what is it going to cost you. Right? And then once you do develop that device, now you get an idea of what your what runways you need. There's an offering for kind of like establishing yourself and then getting you on board so that we can get you at ramped up, so we can get you onto a system that is a little more affordable than right now, straight corporate. Right? What you're about to see in this set of talks that are coming up are individuals and groups that have worked with us through these programs. Some are startup companies, some are research groups. And how this is made possible is actually through our grant that's given to us by the National Science Foundation, the National Nanotechnology Coordinated Infrastructure. And annually, what we do is we run this promotion for, hey, for a call for application for this seed grant. And those that apply and have never worked with us before get, priority. And awards go up to $4,000, right? So to name a few companies you guys might have heard of, from the Penn ecosystem, one is a VZ Technology, which is, I would say, the poster child for, I think, all things wonderful that come out of Penn. And we do have one person from VZ here today, in the back, but the thing is that, there is that very strong ecosystem because Penn in its fiber understands what it takes to lift these companies up. And now that we have these resources, we want to grease the skids a little bit more. So a few other notes tonight. So after this, we have a brief break. And then we go into talking about the CHIPS Act, what that means for the region, what that means for Philadelphia and nationally, with our guest speaker from the Nanotechnology Initiative. And then after that, we're going to have someone talk from Ben Franklin Technology Partners. I think both are going to be very interesting talks and hopefully engaging. We will definitely make sure that people are using the microphone so those in the back can hear. If you have a hard time hearing, though, I do encourage you to sit towards the front. So without further ado, let me go ahead and get us started. So let's see here. So up first is going to be Daniel Aknes, right? Did I pronounce that right? Close enough. Sorry, Daniel. From Sonus. And Sonus is one of our seed grant recipients. So Daniel, if you'd like to, go ahead and present. This is how you progress.
Hi, yes, I'm Daniel Alexis, close. I'm an R&D engineer co-op at Sonus, and I'll be presenting echocardiography in the microfluidic era. So it's astonishing to hear that almost 10 million patients present chest pain annually in the ER in the US. This equates to about 10% of ER visitors. There is no point of care tool that can determine the source of chest pain, except when there's cases of severe heart attacks where an EKG can be used. The current techniques that are used are time intensive, involve ionizing radiation, and toxic dyes and are cost prohibitive. Another potential option is using echocardiography or ultrasound of the heart. Ultrasound is a non-invasive imaging and diagnostic modality with a broad range of point-of-care clinical applications. The first cardiac imaging modality that healthcare professionals use to diagnose and monitor heart disease is transthoracic echocardiography, or TTE. It is cost-effective, convenient, and safe, but 20 to 25% of the 35 million TTE exams that are performed in the US each year are inconclusive or suboptimal. This is a result of ultrasound's inherent flaws in that it has poor image resolution paired with a shallow depth of view. Clinicians currently do not have the tools to obtain conclusive, actionable diagnostic information at the point of care using ultrasound. To overcome this, ultrasound enhancement agents, or UEAs, were developed and have been used extensively for the past 25 years. All current commercialized ultrasound enhancement agents are microbubbles, which reflect the ultrasound and provide global image enhancement. The ultrasound causes the microbubbles to saturate the left ventricle cavity with brightness, creating artifacts that often appear as perfusion defects or blood flow blockages. Clinicians are unable to assess the structure, function, and perfusion using current microbubbles, forcing them to utilize cardiac imaging modalities with greater cost and risk. This is where Sonus comes in. Sonus has developed Electras, the most significant innovation in the field of ultrasound enhancement in decades. It's an electrically sensitive ultrasound enhancing agent that allows clinicians to evaluate the structure, function, and perfusion of the heart quickly and cost effectively at the point of care. It circulates through the bloodstream in an inactive state and selectively activates in the heart muscle through the combined effects of ultrasound and the muscle's electrical activity. It consists of approximately 400 nanometer phospholipid-coated liquid perfluorobutane nanodroplets in water-filled cores of 1 to 5 micron liposomes. The current production method of Electras does not involve microfluidics and presents several flaws. Prior to this work, the liposomes that encapsulate the perfluorobutane nanodroplets in Electras were made using rotor-stator homogenization, the double emulsion synthesis process. Rotor-stator homogenization causes lower unknown encapsulation efficiency, a high poly dispersity, which leads to non-optimal imaging performance. Microfluidic chips, on the other hand, offer precise control over encapsulation efficiency, particle size, and morphology, leading to increased performance and stability. Designing, fabricating, and operating a chip capable of producing Electras liposomes presents several unique challenges. One being solvent compatibility with the chip materials, that is, the use of chloroform will swell PDMS. Further, we have a very small target particle size in the range of 1 to 5 microns. The novel aspects of Electras as an ultrasound enhancement agent precedes Sonus investigation into the utility of microfluidic chips. But making Electras with microfluidics would be equally as exciting, as Electras would be poised to become the first ultrasound enhancement agent manufactured using microfluidics. Thanks to help of the QNF staff, Sonus has developed a silicon glass microfluidic chip for producing double emulsions that transition spontaneously into the desired structure of 1 to 5 micron liposomes and undesired chloroform and methanol droplets that are removed through evaporation. The chip is a hybrid that draws its design from published PDMS double emulsion chips and its microfabrication process from silicon glass droplet generation processes. We employed a single junction design to efficiently encapsulate a hydrophilic phase inside 2 lipid monolayers that later form the liposomes, giving Electras its unique acoustic properties. This design minimizes the amount of solvent that is needed to enable the production of stable liposomes, reducing the duration of downstream processing needed to ensure solvent levels are below toxicologically acceptable levels. Silicon glass construction was used for its compatibility with chloroform, as well as its ability to sustain high pressure applications. In summary, substituting the existing rotor-stator homogenization manufacturing process for one that leverages microfluidics will greatly advance Electras acoustic performance. To produce the chip, we first prime the wafer with an adhesion promoter, Surpass 4000. We then spun coat photoresist and soft bake in the oven for 1 minute. We then use the Heidelberg to direct write the pattern onto the photoresist. We then use the SPTS deep reactive ion etcher to etch the channels into the silicon wafer. We then stripped the resist and made 1 millimeter through holes in a bore core float 33 glass wafer using the eczema laser. And then we finally bonded the silicon and the glass with the anodic bonder. This is the phase we have reached, and this is the phase we're operating at currently. I will now move into more technical and clinical benefits of monodispersed particles and how we plan to use the chip to create experimental formulations and how we will test them. So this graph represents the liposome number distribution of electrons produced using current rotor stator homogenization and the theorized microfluidic chip results. The x-axis is the diameter of particles, while the y-axis represents the number of particles. In pink is the current distribution produced by rotor stator homogenization, while the theoretical chip results in blue represent the tighter distribution of particle sizes we expect to produce by using microfluidics with increased monodispersity and encapsulation efficiency. This will ultimately lead to the possibility of a smaller dose volume in order to get the same diagnostic benefit as rotor stator homogenization, which has a larger dose of homogenized electrons. Also, many published studies have shown that a monodispersed population of microbubbles have 100 to 1,000 times the acoustic activity of a polydispersed population. This will in turn increase the image enhancement. Further, with a monodispersed population, we will know the volume of encapsulation, allowing for the potential for controlled and efficient drug delivery. Frequency response for particle is highly dependent on its size, and if the population of electron particles is the same, we would know the ultrasound settings that activate the particles best. Whereas right now, there was a wide range of parameters that will only activate a small portion of the microbubbles, leading to an expanded, which will ultimately lead to an expanded signal optimization potential. Having completed the first iteration of the chip design, Sanos intends to compare the performance of electrons produced using existing rotor stator homogenization against the electrons produced using microfluidic chips, and if the benefits are as significant as anticipated. We first aim to operate the chip using pressure vessels and precisely manipulate the fluid flow using pressure regulated flow. We then aim to study the electrons using a tissue phantom to study the acoustic response of the electrons produced using microfluidic chips versus electrons produced using current rotor stator homogenization. We will then finally study high throughput microfluidic solutions to increase the production of the novel chip. I'd like to thank the Sanos team, Michael Flynn, Michael Cimarelli, and Eric Corcom, as well as the QNF staff, specifically Eric Johnston, David Jones, Sam Azadi, and David Barr. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Is it the monodispersity itself or the size of particles that increases the activity?
So I think with the target size that we want, the monodispersity will give us that better acoustic activity. Because when all the particles are the same size, they'll resonate better under the ultrasound.
What size is that? You might have said it, but I missed that.
Yes, I think we're targeting 1 to 5 microns. But currently, the size distribution is pretty broad. So that's why we hope with microfluidics we could increase that and use those benefits that we talked about. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. Up next is Jill Cleveland from the University of Delaware. Jill, I have you right here. Who wants to go?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Okay. Thanks for being here, everyone. My name is Jill Cleveland. I'm from down the road at the University of Delaware, working Dr. Matt Doty's group in material science there. And I'm going to talk today about our work on materials for photon upconversion and how some of the resources here at the Singh Center have helped that. Before I get into upconversion, I want to start with something you're probably all familiar with, which is photovoltaics, and specifically the problems with photovoltaics. So a solar panel that you could have on the roof of your house is going to absorb sunlight and turn that light energy into some usable form of energy to power an appliance in your house or whatever you want. The main problem here, though, is not all the energy from the sun can actually be converted into usable electricity, because some of that energy is just going to pass straight through the solar panel and not be absorbed. Specifically, if you look at the solar spectrum here in gray, compared to the energy that can actually be used by your typical silicon solar panel, you see there's a huge amount of lost energy here. This is due to thermalization. So light that is higher in energy than what your solar panel can use is lost due to heat. And there's also a huge section down here that is light that is too low in energy to even be absorbed by your solar panel. And that light is just completely lost. So the idea here is, could we find a way to utilize that low energy? And we can do that using photon upconversion. We're going to turn those low energy photons into a higher energy photon. And now it can in fact be used by our solar panel and increase the efficiency. We talked about upconversion. In this case, I'm talking about a linear upconversion process, as opposed to some of you might be familiar with nonlinear processes in a lot of like the fluorescence imaging. And in this case, we're going to compare a traditional absorber where you absorb some photon with some energy, you promote your electron into an excited state. Here we have a little thermalization process like what we saw in the last slide. And then you get an emission of a photon that's actually lower in energy than what you absorbed. In upconversion, this is now a two-step process where you absorb a low energy photon, maybe some thermalization to this intermediate state, second low energy photon to a high energy state, and then the emission from that high energy state back to the ground state is higher in energy than either of the photons you originally absorbed. The challenge here is what materials actually are going to do this. So you need something that has an appropriate electronic structure in order for upconversion to happen. In my work, I'm looking at using colloidal quantum dots, so semiconductor quantum dots, to develop a tunable platform for upconversion. And that's because quantum dots you can tune their absorption and emission properties by changing the size, the shape, the composition of what your material is. And that has a possibility of sort of engineering the electronic structure you need for upconversion. The particular material I'm working with is cadmium. It's a heterostructure, so we use cadmium selenide, cadmium telluride, and cadmium sulfide. And I use this core rod emitter three-part structure. In this structure, upconversion works in the following way. First, we see the absorption of a low energy photon in this, what we call the core or absorbing region. Next, that electron that was generated is actually able to escape across the entire structure because these materials have very minimal offset in their conduction band. So the electron is sort of free to move throughout the entire structure while the hole is confined in that original absorber region. Now the second photon is absorbed and that causes the hole to gain enough energy to be deeper in the valence band. The hole can also escape over into this emitter region now where it finds the electron and the hole recombine, and we have radiative emission of a higher energy photon than either of the absorbed photons. And this works. We have demonstrated this in our lab. This is actually a real color photo where if we shine a red laser 750 nanometers into one of our solutions, you actually can see the yellow light coming out of it. So it actually does in fact work. We've also shown that you can make it even better by doing something we call heterostructure engineering, changing the structure that we're working with. I'm just going to, for the sake of time, look at this bottom part here. So for example, we went from what was an initial structure, and we said, well, if we alloy the composition of this nanorod to create sort of a funnel in the band structure, maybe we can get the carriers to actually end up where we want more, they'll actually head that way instead of just sort of wandering around the structure. And a change like that showed an order of magnitude increase in the performance, but the performance is still very low. So then we have to look at what are some bigger changes we can make to really improve the performance of these materials. That brings us to the things I'm actually working on right now, which is something that we're referring to as an inverted structure. So in the inverted structure, I'm going to take my two quantum dots and I'm going to change where they are. So I'm just going to flip them around. And it seems simple, it's a little tricky, but we can do this. And there's two main reasons. First, we are now embedding our cad selenide quantum dot that we want the emission to come out of inside the nanorod, and that provides better surface passivation. So some of the non-radiative channels are reduced by having this surface passivation. The other thing is synthetically, it's a lot easier to alloy from selenium to sulfur because selenium is more reactive in these reactions than the sulfur is. So if I can say, start with a selenium rich rod and head towards the sulfur rich rod, that's going to be easier to do. And this geometry of the structure allows that. Of course, new synthesis requires new optimization, and that's really where the Singh Center is going to help our process here. These are all done via colloidal synthesis. If you want to hear more about this, I'm happy to talk about it. I just want to highlight again this middle step because really I'm talking about the nanorods. So these are a seeded growth hot injection method. So I've prepared this quantum dot already, and I can inject the quantum dot with a mixture of some sulfur and selenium solution. I can choose what the ratio is there into a flask that has cadmium. Some things happen, we grow nanorods. And this is just a regular TEM image of that. So if I start with just sulfur in my reaction flask, I get nice, long, straight, simple looking nanorods. Pretty straightforward. Down here, you see the absorbance and the photoluminescence. You see a really sharp absorption onset. It's very characteristic of these materials, and a nice narrow PL distribution. Then when I change what's in my flask to now an alloyed solution, or 90% sulfur, 10% selenium in this case, the particles look quite a bit different. They're still kind of nanorods, but they're much shorter, and there's some interesting blobs in there. So we don't know exactly what those are. And we see quite a difference in the optical properties as well. From the optical properties, you know, we now see a much, this sloped absorption onset, which actually could be a great thing if we have the alloying that we want. Seeing this sort of gradient in the absorption would make sense. And second of all, we saw still a narrow PL distribution, but it's redshifted. And that would also make sense because we've reduced the confinement of our quantum dots, so we might see some redshifting there as well. So from the optical data, this looks maybe okay, but the TEM is a little suspect. And this is where we don't have the tools at UD to tell us any more information. But by coming here, we can actually get a lot more information. So what we did is we brought some of these samples up here to use the NeoArm TEM downstairs, specifically with its EDS capabilities. So I'm going to show some images where we compare one of these blob-shaped particles to one of our more nanorod-shaped particles that we found in this sample. And here, this is just the zoom in of the green, and I've provided these outlines just so it's a little easier to see. Sometimes the colors don't show up depending on how the screen is working. So these are some EDS maps that we took. The first element we looked at is cadmium. There should be cadmium everywhere in all of these particles. Every material we're using has cadmium. And we see the outlines of the particles line up. The EDS map matches really nicely with the particle shape. The next one we look at is sulfur. And again, in both cases, we see sulfur distributed pretty evenly throughout the particle. That makes sense. We had 90% sulfur in that solution, so we expect there to be a good amount of sulfur everywhere. But where it gets interesting is when we look at the selenium. And in this case, we see the blob particle has selenium everywhere, and the rod particle has selenium almost nowhere. And actually, I noticed in this top image, there's a little particle hiding in the corner here, which is another nanorod. And you again see there's sulfur in that corner, and there's no selenium in that corner. So we now have a pretty good idea that the selenium and the sulfur are not being distributed evenly throughout these particles. And in fact, we have some selenium segregation in the blob-shaped particles and a complete lack of selenium in our nanorod-shaped particles. So just to conclude, we've shown that you can design and synthesize these nanorod heterostructures for photon upconversion, but we need to improve their efficiency. By coming here to the Singh Center, we could very quickly and easily evaluate our synthesis method. So we can use a tool in order to connect, does our synthesis method result in the desired nanoparticle structure? And in this particular case, we found out that it does not. We have significant selenium segregation within our particles, and we really need to go back to our lab and optimize our synthesis to see if we can get that selenium to be incorporated more evenly throughout the particles, which is something that we wouldn't have been able to know just by looking at the non-elemental TEM that we have from our own resources. And with that, I'd just like to acknowledge my group members who have helped with this, as well as all the funding sources, including the Innovation Sea Grant that has let us come here and use the wonderful tools. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes.
Is there any coupling of events in aggregate when they're all in solution that either negates the performance of an individual particle or what it theoretically produces?
Yeah, so we typically do all of our measurements in the bulk solution phase when we're doing optical characterization. Because we have noticed when you say like cast onto a film, you do see changes, and it's known that you can have energy transfer between these types of quantum dots. And that's one of the reasons why, like, if you were to put this in an application, you'd really have to think about, you know, how are you processing the material, and that if some of the upconversion efficiency is coming from the energy transfer, you maybe would want it in a film. If we found that that is detrimental, then you'd want to find a way to keep it so the particles are more mobile or less mobile or something like that. So it's a question. It's not something that with the low efficiencies we're at hasn't been like the top question, but it's on our list down the road.
Can you isolate one and
Yeah, we could, like I said, for most of our measurements have been bulk because we want the overall properties, but we have capabilities to do it. We've looked at some temperature dependent, and we can do single particle spectroscopy to look at the individual dynamics.
How long does your synthesis process take? I'm always curious about that.
Yeah, so I showed it's 3 steps. The first 2 steps are each maybe like a 4-hour process. It's a lot of heating and waiting. The last step where we put on the second quantum dot, it's called a Siler process, which is an epitaxial growth process in solution. So that can be full day to days, depending on how many layers of material you have to grow. So that's really where it slows down. But to do a full structure synthesis, we're talking like 2 to 3 days.
And do you have any idea what could help improve the dispersion that you're trying to find over the selenium?
Yeah, we do. So the main thing when you're to create nanorods, you introduce organic ligands and mixes of ligands in particular in order to get the shape that you want. So another thing that you can do is by changing the ratios and which specific ligands you have, because it changes the solubility of your different precursors, that will hopefully give us the dispersion we need. So it's a trial and error of repeating with different ligands. But the nice thing about having a tool that can very quickly tell us, then, you know, once we have a set of syntheses, we can look at them in scope and see, yep, that worked, no, it didn't, and we go back right back instead of trying to, you know, do XRD and combining all of these different things. So it definitely speeds up the process.
Any other questions?
What is the cause of the selenium segregation?
So we don't know off the top of our head, or like we don't know for sure, basically. But the idea is sulfur is the least reactive, so it's the easiest to control. So a lot of people make nanorods out of sulfur. It's a lot harder to make nanorods out of selenium because it tends to just be very reactive and want to go everywhere instead of this like directional growth you need for a nanorod. When you add tellurium into the mix, it gets even worse. That's why we try to limit how much tellurium we use. So our best guess is just that it's either a concentration issue, like we have too much of our precursor in there, and therefore it's just kind of overreacting. So that's why we say we introducing different ligands to help slow down the reactivity of it. It just sort of is outcompeting the sulfur basically.
All right, let's make our speaker one last time. Thank you. Next, we have a speaker from New Jersey Institute of Technology. This one, right?
Yep.
Is that what do you need?
No, there's a more distributed system.
You need to add something?
No, it's fine.
Yeah, you sure? You already just started?
Yeah.
Okay. Your microphone's right here.
Okay, sure. So hello everyone. My name is Yuchen Chen. So today I'm going to introduce some of the portable platform that we use to develop our biosensor. So basically, we want to do something like a portable, and it's not that sensitive because we do know that recently the POC devices that most of the POC device, point of care device, that can only tell us about the positive and negative, and we want to enclose the gap between the POC and the actual laboratory test. So we introduce a much more precisely, but it's not that precisely and affordable to most of the general customer in the world. So my presentation will follow with this outline. So first, I'm going to introduce some of our method that we use in this platform. And because our method is not, it's relatively not that innovative. So I'll introduce why it makes our chips it's different than the traditional chip design. And I'll slightly introduce our essence platform and how we introduce, how we make this concept becoming notable. And then I'll show some of the analysis that we do in our lab before, and our conclusion and future direction that in order to talk why we are going here and why we need from this Singh Center. So at first, there's tons of technology in the world and for the PLC devices, because like for example, there's ultrasonic or the people using optic kind of do detection, and we basically select the electrochemical method. The reason is pretty much simple because it's much more cheaper and much more available for most of the public. And there's tons of methods that we're using. In this section, in this part, I just focusing on the EIS, which is electrochemical impedance platform, spectroscopy. So basically, usually this sensor, it can be, it's performed by introducing some bioreceptor on the surface of electrode. And when the bioreaction happens, they will block the surface of electrode, and then the surface property of the electrode will kind of change. So we kind of measure that changes, and we know how many biomolecules on the surface. And in this method, we are specifically looking for the surface charge resistance. And basically, we have some bonding happens that we use in some equivalent circuit, modeling all that actually happens on the surface, the electrode surface, and then we do some kind of the basic test and see what if the reaction, the biorecondensation is actually coming from the surface. It actually comes from the RCT. And however, there's long process, and then for long story short, basically we do the basically after the measurement, we will see there is a semicircle happens, and then if we introduce some bonding happens, the semicircle might changes. So basically we measure that change rate of semicircle and see whatever there's now the number for the biomolecule. So we kind of know how many our target on our surface. And here is introduced because EIS is kind of a very traditional electrochemical method, and why it makes our device much more different than the traditional one. Because as you can see, the traditional one is usually the electrode is on the one side of the surface. So you can imagine the electrofield distribution is not that cover all the simple sizes, and there's lots of the physical enhancement might happen, and then there's a biofalls may happen on the electrode surface that kind of introduce lots of the false positive. In our device, we call it now flow through porous electrode. So basically, we kind of modified some particle. It can be lots of different. We do CND and MOF. I'll talk in the later slides. And basically, we sandwich this kind of packing and force them in and force the liquid, our analysts that passing through this packing electrodes. And we have some, as you can see, the electrofield distribution is much more evenly and of course over all the symbols. So we are not wasting any kind of symbol. So if it's planar and the electrode can only see on the surface side, so we are tons of the symbol size is not actually detectable. So for our overall system, basically we have a particle when we sandwich with the electrode, and we're using the some portable electrode kind of detector. So we have two different settings. So for this kind of setting, because when we first trying to prove this concept, we're using much more powerful technique. It's kind of a really big one. We call it Gen 4294A, kind of proving this concept works. And now we're slightly going to a complex platform. Of course, in this same time, we can't develop all like we have something like a simple pretreatment and all the wiring inside, and we have a handheld oscilloscope, and trying to see whether we can achieve the same sensitivity and selectivity of our chips. And this is our chip design. Basically, it's pretty simple. It's two slides, and we have some deposition gold and electrode design, and we cut a double-sided tape in the middle, and then we pack our modified particle into the channel, just between the two electrodes. So basically for the electrode application, we're using very traditional one, lift-offing process. And for the device assemble, we actually have two methods. One is we first mixing our particle with some packing solutions, that's MES or sometimes BBS, kind of make it like an ink. And then we introduce in the channel, and when you drive it, and you form a porous structure, and then we close the device with the upper electrode. And the other one is we introduce some polymer solutions, which can using the bridge figuring, which is to create a porous structure. Then we close the device after that. And here, and for the downside, it's the complete devices. And here's some what we are using in our previous experiment. So we have carbon base, and we test not only for the CNT, we also test with the graphene, maxine, this kind of different carbon base. Basically, it's conductive material. So we are not using lots of the we are not using we're basically just choosing available materials for example on the market. For example, we have some antibody that is kind of in some application, we just use them and bound into our this kind of material and see what if this reaction that happened can we get response from our chip. And then we also do with MOF, which is dielectric. And we also have a polymer honeycomb based, and this one is specific polyamide based. And our tagging protocol is kind of 3-step. And for the first step is we are using initial single. So basically we get initial single at first. So after that, the second step we can refer to it as incubating process. And it basically is analyte fluid, and we have some timing. And then after that, we wash with the step. The third step, which is exactly same solution from the step 1, and we compare with step 1, step 3, and see what if the changes happens. And because we are packing aerosol, so we do have some pressure data. So based on this data on the right hand side, basically you can see for the top. So for the top two, we can see our pressure is much more stable. And for the downside, for down left down is actually the ES single stability in 80 minutes. So see whatever our device, our chip is much more stable. And for right side, it's kind of just initially pressure increasing. So the lag time is around 30 or 40 seconds for the initial single acquire. And here is we kind of switching between each step and respond to the single. So we do notice if there's much more slower and much more faster, they do have a mixing issue. And after that, we kind of testing, see what are the limit of our devices. And it's kind of, it's around like 30 to 40 seconds. It's kind of a max, it's kind of the maximum optimization we can get. And we're also using a handheld, much more, not that powerful EIS machine to kind of see what if our noise is kind of our device is stable or not. And here's showing some of target that we were doing before. So basically we test with the P5314 and HER214. Basically it's targeted with P53, and the two different chips was using this experiment. As you can see, most of them just respond with the P53. And we also do some DNA tests. So there's a target DNA and mismatches DNA. And basically just the mismatched DNA is there's no response on the EIS. And here is our confidence curve that's showing the right hand side. And we do test with MOF with PFOS. And we can achieve pretty low concentration, but we're still doing this project. And here it's our, and previous slide, this one is actually the second step, because we are, this is actually belong to concept development. So incubation timing is around like 1 hour. It's hourly detection. So this is not a sugar go. So basically in this section, we're going down to like 5 to 10 minutes and trying to achieve the same response. And yeah, we actually feel that facing lots of issues with this one. So basically we still can see some calibration curve, but because the standard error is kind of a little bit big, and we're still optimizing the process. So the preliminary test shows there's also a response, and we're trying to optimize it. And for the conclusions, we in the previous research, we kind of developed a platform. We also have some a easy way to kind of make a non-planar photo design, and we can kind of achieve a really easy concept only using the general EDAC reaction, kind of bounding with the our target pool. And then we also can achieve around 5 to 10 minutes repeat detection for the DNA. And our future direction is mostly we in this Singh center is we're trying to make our chip design optimization. So there's tons of work we still need to do. And yes, and this is until now that what we have. And here's the some acknowledgement on all that and our organization. And I'm happy to answer the question that everyone of you have.
Any questions from the group? So actually, I have one. You mentioned that you're building this microfluidic device. You said there's a tape channel layer. I wasn't exactly sure. What is that material that you're using?
Basically, we use general PT, that is kind of a medical grade device. Medical double-sided tape. We just kind of packing that and just directly use it.
So you're using the excimer laser to cut the channels off of that? Or is that how it's going?
Yeah, actually, we are not using laser, some cracker. Oh, it's actually blade.
Oh, ablation.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Laser
Yeah.
ablation. Okay. And so, you know, I saw you demonstrated several ways to functionalize, you know, carbon nanowires in this case, right? To detect DNA, and you had a protein and some other things. What's your main target if you were to produce something that was commercializable out of this? I mean, what would be your first market, I guess? Would it just be DNA? Would it just be some vector? Would it be?
Right now, we actually trying to detect the protein, like a different biomarker of the proteins. And basically, we are trying to create a platform.
Sure.
So it's not in the platform. Our overall goal is trying to get a that can easily be switched. Like if there's something comes out in the market, like this and that new antibody happens, and there's a new disease that happens, and then we can quickly adapt to our devices and do the measurement.
Well, thank you again. So up next, we have Cogware. And CEO David Yance is going to present. Just got to get you loaded, David. To enable your content and make sure things are functioning properly. Okay. All right. Yeah. And did you want to stay over here? Use the microphone before you up to you. I'm great. Okay, great. Yeah, no worries. Oh, and down is up.
Down is up. All right, very good. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the chance to present to you today. I'm going to talk to you about Cogware, what we're pursuing, and we'll talk about how we're using the Singh Center to develop our technology forward. So I want to start with posing a question. How does a physician diagnose a fracture? So someone shows up at the ER, oftentimes you can palpate it, see that a bone is broken. There's x-rays that are readily available. What about diagnosing a sore throat or the flu? We all have thermometers at home that we can help us understand what's happening in our physical body. What about the brain and cognitive disorders? While we've made advancements in things like MRI machines, we certainly don't have those at home. These are people that are very important to me. My wife is on the bottom right, and that's my mother-in-law in the middle. 2 years after this picture was taken, my mother-in-law was essentially in a vegetative state from Alzheimer's disease. And the thing is, before this picture was taken, this is about the time she started showing symptoms. She was somebody who loved to garden, loved to kayak. And now looking back, we realized years before that, she started giving those things up. And what we learned was it wasn't because she didn't want to do those things. It was because she couldn't do those things and her brain had already started to change. So for us, not having that insight prevented us from helping her do the things that she wanted to do and live a fuller life. So we see this as for brain care, much like you see in physical care, shifting to value-based care. So the right care at the right time is really what's needed to move brain care and cognitive care further ahead. So this applies not only to Alzheimer's, but other areas of cognitive health. So I'm going to talk about mental health. So think about anxiety and depression. So this is a care pathway that you might go through today if you or one of your loved ones is dealing with a mental health problem. You're going to start with your general physician. You might take a screening test, and if you go for physical, you might have a questionnaire. 35 to 50% of patients are missed through those questionnaires. And that's because the mind-body connection is there. And oftentimes mental problems show up as physical problems and they're masked. If you're one of the lucky ones who goes on to the next phase of care, maybe you see a therapist or clinical psychologist, they have very limited information about the patient coming in. So they can't triage. And certainly in between sessions, they really don't know how somebody is progressing. And the final piece here about care, it's very much trial and error, because psychiatrists and doctors prescribing drugs really have no insight into which drug is going to work for which person, nor how well is it working. The way we're doing things today is not enough to deal with the rising epidemic that we have with cognitive health. And if we think about the pandemic, if it's told us anything, we've seen rapidly increasing rates of behavioral health care. And 250 million people deal with just general anxiety every year. We see an exploding epidemic with our aging population and Alzheimer's. And finally, we've seen very heightened, if we think about anyone who follows the NFL, the Miami football game with brain health and long-term impacts with sporting events. So we're not talking concussion, but CTE that happens down the road. So we really believe that in order to get to value-based care, the right care at the right time, we need a different way, and we need to have objective measures of what the brain is doing. So our solution for this is a simple headband, easy to use, clinical grade measurements, and that you can monitor from anywhere and you can get the data quickly. Now, in order to do this, we have multiple parts to our system. So first, a patient will wear the headband, will have a mobile app that interfaces to that headband, sends the data up to a HIPAA compliant, very secure platform in the cloud, and both the patient and the provider can go in and look at the particular data. The basis of this technology is EEG. So we're measuring brain waves. And a little bit about this technology, it's very challenging today. It doesn't have a lot of great options. So certainly you can go in the clinic and you can do a study. Usually takes 45 minutes to an hour. A technician has to place electrodes on your head, and they're usually using wet electrodes. So while they're very sensitive electrically, they are very messy. You have gels and salines. They're prone to motion artifacts. So if the patient moves around, you're going to get a lot of noise in the signal itself. And some of them require adhesives. It can be irritating. And again, they're quite messy. The alternative is dry electrodes. So that allows an easier measurement, but the signal quality is just not there. Extremely prone to motion sensitivity, and they can be very uncomfortable. So none of these enable easy measurements that can be done either in clinic or remotely, nor are they long lasting. So this is where we have worked with the Singh Center, and we've developed the best of both worlds. We have a nanowire surface that's embedded in a polymer. In this case, we're using PDMS. Low profile, comfortable, long lasting. They're very small, and they have extremely excellent electrical properties. So if you see this is a SEM picture of the surface. So a lot of the work that we've done is characterizing this nanowire mesh surface, how deeply it's going into PDMS, and how to get this to be a reliable interface. And since we started, we were doing this in a sheet form. We've now moved to molding. You can see our most recent electrode in the bottom right corner there. This is a magnetically attached electrode, very easy to switch out, very easy for anybody in this room to use it. And ultimately, a big part of what we've been doing as well is making this commercializable. So taking a concept that was developed initially at Penn, making something that is going to be cost effective when we've dropped the manufacturing costs considerably. What this allows us to do, to talk a little bit about the problems with EEG. So one thing you may have seen wearables like the Apple Watch, you can get now heart rate data. So those are out there. EEG or brainwaves, 2 orders of magnitude smaller. And I mentioned the motion artifacts. So you see on the left, that's what you get from the clinical grade wet electrode that you have today. That's from somebody walking. Ours are on the right. So basically what we show is we're very tolerant against noise, and we can be used anywhere, anytime. This gives us a unique position that we are the only group, the only company that can get bio-based brain markers, and we've got clinical grade signals anywhere, anytime. Now, when we apply this in real world, we couple the data that we were able to collect with our unique algorithms, and you can see here, we're able to dramatically increase the quality of measurements that we get. So at the same specificity as the surveys I mentioned before, for instance, measuring anxiety, we now can have twice the sensitivity. So what this means is we capture the vast majority of people that would be missed when they first go to the doctor when they're not feeling well and can identify a behavioral health condition. We give an ability now for therapists to trend people in between sessions. And finally, because EEG has been predictive of response to certain pharmaceuticals, we now have the ability to shortcut that entire trial and error process. All right, so with that, I will stop there and certainly entertain any questions.
Yes. So very interesting work. When I look at your electrode, the thing that obviously leaps out is the increased surface area coming through the nanowire. Is that what allows you to gain these this performance, or are there other pieces as well?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So certainly with the nanowire mesh, you can say in a three dimension, we've got an increased surface area. Our electrodes are actually much smaller than what you may see typically off the shelf. And so for us, really, the advantage is the fact that we've got the nanowires that are going to be very high conductivity, but they're also coupled in the polymer that's cured at the right in the right way that gives the flexibility of the electrode. So the way to think about it is the mechanical properties now move with the skin, and so it's much more compliant and more easily adhered to this.
So anything about the chemistry of the nanowires or something like that?
Yeah. That's a great question. So we've been doing a lot of research on that. Certainly that was key to our manufacturability. So I can tell you that we've tried multiple vendors of nanowires, and we saw some that worked, some that didn't. So we had to dive into the chemistry to see the interactions there. And as we've tried various things going from sheet to molding, that's become a big deal for us.
You showed a bit of the raw data coming from your sensors. Can you help us to interpret what we're seeing there? I mean, there's wiggles and spikes, things like that.
Yeah.
How do you translate that into clinically relevant information?
Yeah, so the signal on the right where you saw, I mean, there's still wiggles and spikes in our data. You typically see that in EEG. So typically traditional EEG measurements go from about 0.5 hertz up to 100 hertz. And there's various ways to look at that. So typically, traditionally, it's done in power bands. You're looking at power densities at certain times and in certain situations. There's also time domain effects, like recognizing something that's happening from an event. The next phase of this where we're going is actually using AI and neural networks to process that on multiple streams of the data to pick out certain features. So that's really why it's a coupling of the raw EEG data that's not really usable to very many physicians, and taking it, running it through algorithms to develop information and say, this is really what's happening in the brain at this time. Yeah.
Stuart, yeah, I mean, Luigi, you had a question.
Just to follow up on that, is there a catalog or a library where a certain medical condition would manifest in a certain band of this type?
For some things, yes. So in the case of disease states, like for instance, epilepsy, there's a lot of data on EEG because it's traditionally been used. For things like behavioral health, anxiety, depression, I would say it's been more aspirational to this point. One of our advantages is our founders, beyond trying to figure out how the brain works in real world scenarios, that's really what founded the company. They have a personal vested interest in understanding anxiety and depression. And so they actually have been working for about 10 years in a whole host of research to come up with ways that you can actually measure these disease states. So we have a unique offering there that's really not available anywhere else yet. So it's a great question, because being able to now boil down this information into ways that you can have things that are clinically relevant, can drive decisions, that's the next step once you have the data. That's a great question as well, because of the very low magnitude signals. So what I'll say, and I didn't talk about here, so one piece of this is certainly electrodes. The other piece of it is the system design and the electronics. And what I'll tell you is that We have started with off-the-shelf electronics. We ended up modifying the front end of them, so it's very sensitive to how you design the amplification system for it. We've come up with a way, what I showed you, that we are basically impervious at this point from the form factor that we have to electrical noise in the environment. All right, thanks.
So we're running a little early, which is actually good. So we're just gonna keep moving here. And microphone deck. So we have, oops. We have Mike Seelig from Infinite Fluidics to talk about scalable decentralized manufacturing for complex injectable drugs.
Okay, that's over there.
What's that?
It's okay if that's over there.
Yeah, let me jump in.
You're that guy.
You're that guy.
It's okay.
Why would I have this? Oh, yeah.
Thumbs up. Gotcha. Test. Hopefully you can all hear me okay. I'm gonna stand over here. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Most importantly, I saw that there is a coffee break on the schedule after this, so hang on. We'll get there. We'll get there together. In the meantime, though, I'm excited to give you guys an overview of our company, Infinity Fluidics, our background, our motivation, our technology. And so I've titled this talk "Scalable and Decentralized Manufacturing of Complex Injectable Drugs and Vaccines." And like everyone else who's presenting, we use facilities here, and we're extremely grateful for facilities here to come up with our microfluidic solutions to achieve this. Okay, and so my name is Mike Seelig. I'm a senior scientist with Infinity Fluidics. Prior to joining the company, I was a postdoc here at Penn with Dave Isidore, as well as a part-time lecturer in bioengineering. So it's great to be back on campus and see friendly faces. Okay. And so I made this transition though from Penn to the company because the mission and values of the company very much align with my own. And so as a company, our why is to, enable equitable access of complex injectable drugs and vaccines around the world. Our how is to develop and deploy simple and scalable workflows to accelerate the drug product development cycle. And so a little bit more about us. So the team right now is me and Sagar. And so you've probably seen Sagar around, potentially late at night. He handles all of our microfabrication duties for the company. And so it was Sagar, along with Dave and Dayon, faculty members here at Penn, who founded the company a couple of years ago. And so we are a startup based over in Pennovation. And so Dave and Dayon, both mentors to me. And so super grateful for them, as well as for their continued insight and guidance for us in the company. Okay. And so just a note to plant in your minds here. This is our current company. We do envision growing in the foreseeable future. And so if you or someone you know, based on what you hear today, is potentially interested, encourage you to reach out, and I'll touch on this a little bit more later as well. Okay, and so the basis for what I want to talk about today are complex injectable drug delivery systems. And so by this, all I mean is some drug, whether it's a small molecule, a biologic, nucleic acid, et cetera, encapsulated within some sort of delivery vehicle. And so that could be a nanoparticle, microparticle, microcapsule, et cetera. And so the whole reason for doing that is to facilitate delivery of that drug to some defined biological region of interest while imbuing some desirable characteristics such as a long-acting release time. And so the general drug development cycle for this type of medication looks something like this, where on one hand, when you're starting, you're probably going to need to make micrograms to milligrams or so of potentially many different formulations as you try to screen and figure out what is the best formulation for your application. And then as you move through the cycle and your manufacturing needs increase and you face more and more sophisticated trials and experiments, you're going to need more material, all the way up to, let's say, kilograms or so scale or market scale manufacturing. And so there are a number of barriers that this presents for translating these IDDS drugs. And so for one thing, high cost and time to develop these. And so on the orders of tens of years and billions of dollars. Related to this is, well, a slow regulatory approval rate. And so, on the order of one microparticle or nanoparticle based IDDS platform being approved every 1.5 to 2 years or so, which when compared to other pharmaceutical projects is much, much slower. And then finally, there's drug shortages. And so according to the FDA, greater than 65% of drug shortages have to do with manufacturing, inability to manufacture quality drug products. Okay. And so from a manufacturing perspective, we can view this drug product development cycle as a series of buckets in terms of scale of material that's needed. So on one hand, we have microgram to milligram scale. There's a gram scale in the middle, and then all the way up to a kilogram scale as well. And so focusing just on these two extremes, so producing micrograms or milligrams of a given amount of formulation to kilograms. How would we start, I guess? How would we start this process? And so formulating micrograms and milligrams of this material, well, one tried and true way of doing this is to use microfluidics. And so an advantage here is the whole high reproducibility and precise control that comes with the small scale physics and the laminar flow based assembly of these delivery structures. And so, it's not uncommon to have down to sub-millisecond based control over, down to sub-micron scale processes. Unfortunately, the issue here is that this is not inherently scalable. In fact, one company's strategy for doing this is literally to just take a bunch of microfluidic units, just get a bunch of them. If you're scaling up by n, get n as many tubes and connections and devices. And well, with Halloween coming up and thinking about scary things, for me as an experimentalist, this is a nightmare scenario that I don't want to do. And so as a result of this, it becomes pretty overwhelming to scale up in this fashion. And so even for a 10x increase in formulation throughput, that would only 10 times as much space, that would only move us to the right 1 unit on that previous diagram. And so as a result, producing larger quantities of drug formulations often results in using bulk processes. And so these bulk processes having larger scale physics, thereby requiring one to re-optimize this formulation process, often with different yields and efficiencies, thereby driving up the time and the costs associated with it. And so this is a barrier to the translation of these IVDS platforms. And so this is where we come in. And so our technology uses the same physics with a similar footprint to provide manufacturing needs across that drug product development cycle. And so we do this by drawing inspiration from the semiconductor industry and microelectronics revolution of the last 60, 70 years or so. And so to illustrate this, I'll start by showing a picture of a computer before that. And so in this case, to increase the computing power of a given system, you need to double the number of units, double the number of cords, double the number of connections. And so this is pretty comparable to the current status of using of fluidics for pharmaceutical formulation development. And so again, a bunch of tubes, bunch of units, space becomes kind of out of hand. And so we all know with the advent of integrated electronics that you can achieve amazingly high computational powers in a fraction of the footprint. And so instead of parallelizing and integrating many transistors, what we do is we integrate many microscale microfluidic units onto a single microfluidic chip. And so in this case, this simple unit here would achieve the same throughput as that system on the right. And so because this is a microfabrication and nanofabrication conference, I'll just quickly go into our fabrication strategies for making these types of chips. And so consider first just a single microfluidic unit on a given silicon chip. And so in this case, we're making silicon-based microfluidic devices, which you can use all of the advances in semiconductor processing, while also giving us chemical compatibility of essentially having glass microfluidics.
And so to make this, we can do something along the lines of the following. And so the left is going to be a cross section to the wafer. The right is going to be a top down view of a given device. And so, well, we can start by etching vias through that silicon wafer. And so these are essentially holes that go entirely through the wafer that are going to serve as the connection points that we can, hook up tubes to when we want to run our device. Next, we can etch whatever microfluidic unit that we want to onto that device or onto that wafer. So whether that's a droplet generator or a mixing unit, what have you. And then finally, we can, finalize the device by bonding glass to it. And so the end result, nothing too complex, nothing too crazy, is a single microfluidic unit with holes on the back side that we can attach the input fluids to. Now consider a different type of system, like our parallelized chips, as shown here. And so in this case, we're actually going to start by making a delivery channel. And so these delivery channels are going to serve as common fluidic inputs to each of the many parallel units that are integrated onto that chip. And so in this case, we'll start by making delivery channels. We can then flip the wafer over and then proceed essentially as before. And so we can etch vias. So in this case, the via is going into the given delivery channel. And then we can etch the microfluidic units that we're interested in. After which we can finalize the device by bonding glass to both the top and bottom surfaces. And so the key thing to note here is that there will only be holes in the bottom side glass, one per delivery channel. And so the idea is that, say for a droplet generator, if we're making an oil and water emulsion, there would be one input, one oil input, one aqueous input, each of those feeding the respective delivery channels then feeding all of the parallelized droplet generators on the chip. Okay, and so to see what this looks like in operation, we can show you this video here. And so in this video, we're kind of scanning around this parallel microfluidic chip. And what you see is that we're producing monodispersed droplets across tens of thousands of droplet generators all at the same time. And so in other words, we're combining the control and reproducibility of microfluidics with scalability. And so to show this in other data, we can produce, monodispersed microparticles with micron scale tunability. We can produce monodispersed nanoparticles with nanometer scale tunability, and we can produce each of those in large quantities. And so each of these down here show a gallon or so of the desired microparticle solution or nanoparticle suspension here. Okay, and so with that, I'll kind of just conclude and wrap up what our platform technology is. And so I hope you have a better understanding now. And so we can take a given drug, so whether that's nucleic acid, small molecule, biologic, etc. We can package that into the appropriate delivery system, whether that's nanoparticle, microparticle, what have you. Basically, if it can be made using a single microfluidic chip, we can simply, by copying and pasting that microfluidic unit, we can scale up production to meet whatever manufacturing needs are required. And so, to put it another way, it then just becomes a matter of just selecting the right microfluidic chip to meet any and all needs in this drug product development workflow. Okay, and so I will stop there. And so thank you all for listening. Thanks to Dayon and Dave's groups. Thank you all, especially a huge thank you to the Singh Center. We're deeply grateful for all the resources provided here. And thank you all for listening. And as I mentioned before, we do envision scaling up our company soon. And so we're especially interested in chatting with strong team players who also bring expertise in microfluidics, microfabrication, molecular and cell biology. And so with that, thank you. Thank you again.
Any questions? Yeah, Luigi.
Oh, so that was all in one. That was all in one plane. Yeah. Oh yeah, I don't see any reason why you couldn't. It might be easier to make a little bit bigger wafer first.
David had a question.
So as you parallelize these things, you still only have the same number of. How does the pressure required to sort of drive that flow?
So. Right, when we increase the number of units, the fluid resistance can kind of like drops accordingly. And so it doesn't change any pressure requirements. And so it doesn't get out of hand, if that's what you're asking.
There are other questions here?
It looks like you were etching on both sides of the silicon wafer with bias in between. How can you make sure it's all in the right place when you flip the wafer over?
Yeah, so we have strategies for that. I encourage you. So Sagar actually has a nature paper here that I encourage you to check out. And so one strategy that we would use would just be to bond it to like a carrier wafer, and that helps with the etching of the other side as well.
Bobby had a question.
Yeah, what's the length?
Oh, so I guess that depends on the application. I mean, we have chips that we can run as long as we need to and without issue. And so. Yeah, certainly. Yeah, definitely.
Tony?
I'm thinking about this in a manufacturing. How do you know? How do you know that they are functional? Think about activity, how you're going to use this in a CGMP environment.
Yeah, that's a great question. So do you mean quality control for the devices or the product?
Product, devices it means to the end.
Right.
You're claiming the particle here.
Yeah.
How do you know you've made what you think?
Yeah.
And then it works.
Right. And so, yeah, that's a good question. These are things we're certainly considering. And so in the case of nanoparticles, for example, our current way of doing this is to, periodically check the product and like evaluate the output. And so there are inline capabilities for measuring some of these things. And so I guess that would be one option, but it's certainly an active area of consideration for us.
I would imagine that would be kind of an end user problem to have, right?
Yeah.
To take up that responsibility for QA. So.
Yes, to follow that, is this planning to sell
Well, that would be a better question for our CEO, Sagar. But yes, some combination of that.
It's copy and paste, right? You have one device and you just copy it over. Is it really that simple, or did you have to, go through several iterations to make it work? And if so, what were those?
Oh yeah, of course. There's a lot of other underlying physics here that are involved. And so, for example, if you have an array of parallel units on a chip, like the fluidic resistance needs to be much higher for a given unit compared to like the resistance between them. And so it does become a matter of optimization. Yeah.
No more questions. Let's thank our speaker. Back up here for so we got a nice little break. It's like 2 minutes, really low. Oh, thank you.
Put in the email, so it's great, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, like later getting. Yeah, but no, it was great, I really.
Yeah, how's
appreciate it.
Yeah, I know Sagar. Anytime Sagar shows up, it's that things are going well.
Yeah.
Nice, nice. Question about the.
You got more really good progress.
Yeah, no, we really feel like made a good start in the spring and summer. We've been working on. You know, it's definitely so much faster. Even though we have to drive it out.
That makes me feel good.
Yeah, and it took us a couple of years. Some few years. Say we got just.
And share confidence. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Instead of. Yeah, so it's so nice, you know, we're not far, so that we've used the same. Instead of Carolina, it's like we could just been driving now.
Does it seem like that Salien's version is like critical?
Yeah, so that one is a little bit, it got tabled temporarily, when we thought we were gonna like essentially just kind of go to the paper. And
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. You know, investors. So.
No, not that I know of. So Sagar would be the one who's like.
Both of them, right?
We've actually got.
But it's always.
To work with.
We think it's really.
Federal funding just ended. Say is one of the members. So there's.
Yes, that one.
So we underwrite some of the.
And then I have this stuff.
Projects that we also.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna follow up with you guys.
Yeah. Right, yeah, I know, yeah. Yeah,
This is more,
we got some.
my background is more. Frontal
From
lobe.
my house, so,
But I asked them all control functions, so those are large scale purification. factories, so that's a-
I actually run actually. After yeah, but that's why I tried to get here early. Sad not to see the chips.
Is he here?
Yeah. I can-
We have staff that's.
Yeah.
Innovative.
Okay, appreciate it. Awesome, thank you so much. Yeah, let me know if you have any questions or. Yeah, no problem, Joe. Get home safe. So you keep.
Hi, Quinn. Just want to do a sound check with you. See if you can hear us.
Sure. Hello. Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Yes, yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Excellent.
All right. So we're going to do some introductions here and get our next session started. And I'm going to hand this off to Kristen. It's all yours.
All right, everyone, welcome to session 5 of the, of the annual Singh Center user meeting. And I want to say that usually we try to have a session that's specifically for students and trainee users. And so these are the researchers, STEM educators, innovators, decision makers, and societal change makers who will have an impact in the coming decades. So in the past, this is manifest as sessions that connected those expecting to enter the job market in the near future with those who have been seeking work and have been successful in their fields. As we were thinking about how we might be able to serve Singh users this year, especially those early in their career, the CHIPS and Science Act was signed into law on August 9th, 2022. So CHIPS is an acronym for creating helpful incentives to produce semiconductors. The CHIPS and Science Act aims to stimulate investment in domestic semiconductor manufacturing capacity, invigorate R&D commercialization of promising technologies, for example, nano, clean energy, quantum computing. And it's to invest in our STEM workforce, so that its readiness for the nation's STEM needs by enlarging, deepening, and diversifying the pool of STEM talent. With all these components combined, the CHIPS Act directs about $280 billion of spending in the next 10 years towards R&D and commercialization, semiconductor manufacturing, and workforce development, tax credits, and other related programs. So with all of that, this brand new CHIPS Act of 2022 is not the topic of this session, but is an inspiration and launching point. And so for this user meeting, we hope that this session will be of value to our early career users who will be starting their first jobs or first companies in the new CHIPS and Science Act decade. We also hope it's of value to our seasoned veterans, so those in the capacity of being leaders in their companies, industries, research disciplines, and as educators, employers. So this session will have 2 complementary sections. The first, which will be presented virtually, will be from a federal perspective on workforce development. And then the second, presented in person, will provide insight on our local region's STEM and innovation landscape. So I will introduce the first speaker, and then after that, for the second session, then I'll introduce the second speaker. So with that, online, we have Dr. Quinn Spadola, who is the new deputy director of the National Nanotechnology Coordination Office. And she previously was at the NNCI, which funds the Singh Center, and MANF is our NNCI site. And she was Associate Director of Education and Outreach for the National Nanotechnology Coordinated Infrastructure, so the NNCI. So she very recently became the Deputy Director for the NNCO. And going back in time, she's got a physics PhD from Arizona State University and an MFA in science and natural history filmmaking from Montana State University. And Dr. Spadola will be talking to us about the NNI and workforce development.
All right, so I am sharing my slides. Can everybody see those okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Kristen, thank you so much for that introduction and for giving me a better idea or reminding me of this audience today. And I really hope that what I have to share is helpful, especially for the early career in one way. And then ideas and thoughts on how the more established people involved at Singh Center and your more established users can really leverage that resource to address workforce development in the decade of the CHIPS Act. Good afternoon, everyone, as Kristen mentioned, and thank you again for inviting me to this. I've known Kristen through my previous position at the National Nanotechnology Coordinated Infrastructure. Today, I am here in my new role as Deputy Director of the National Nanotechnology Coordination Office. And I am going to be sharing my thoughts as a federal employee at the NNCO, she said that, but on the National Nanotechnology Initiatives, the NNI's goals, and how those goals support the nano and microelectronics workforce development. But I'm going to start with something that I think is always really important with these presentations. I'm going to tell you more about the NNCO and the NNI, because every single one of you sitting in that audience right now are members of the NNI. You are all part of the NNI community. So the NNCO is a resource for you. So background. The National Nanotechnology Initiative is coordinated under the auspices of the White House National Science and Technology Council, the NSTC. And under that is the Subcommittee on Nanoscale Science, Engineering, and Technology, NSET. The NNCO supports NSET. The director of the NNCO is a member of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, and he co-chairs NSET. In addition to supporting NSET, which is a subcommittee populated by representatives from federal agencies, the NNCO also works to implement the goals of the NNI. And I will say that the NNI has certainly evolved over the past 20 plus years that it has been around, depending on how you define the starting date. President Clinton announced the National Nanotechnology Initiative in 1999. President Bush signed it into law in 2003. So the NNI enjoys bipartisan support. And over the past 20 or so years, the areas of emphasis, the direction, not the direction, but the methods with which the NNI has done its work has changed. And those changes have been driven by external advisory reports done by PCAST, the President's Science Advisory Board, and the national academies. Just to give you an idea, these are what we call the member agencies of the NNI, and they come together to support the vision of the NNI, which is a future in which the ability to understand and control matter at the nanoscale leads to ongoing revolutions in technology and industry that benefits society. As I already said, and I'm just going to keep saying it because I want to make sure you all come away with at least one thing, is that you are all members of the NNI community, which means if you've received funding from any of these agencies to do research at the nanoscale, to develop nanoscale solutions, if you're transitioning technologies from the lab bench to the marketplace, if you have been trained to work at the nanoscale through an REU or some sort of NRT or some kind of postdoc award, but working at the nanoscale, you are part of the NNI community. If you have used the Singh Center, which is supported through the NSF, through MANTH and other forms of federal funding, you are a member of the NNI. But this gives you an idea of all of the different agencies that support nanotechnology in one way or another, and that are a part of NSET, and that the NNCO serves in its efforts. We do a lot of things to support NSET and the goals of the NNI. If you're curious, there are only a handful of coordinating offices across the federal government. And the National Nanotechnology Initiative is one of few R&D efforts in the federal government that has a coordinating office. Initiatives can be stood up fairly easily, but to have them in law, to have a coordinating office to support them, that is more rare. And the NNCO is where I, as we said, was the deputy director. So I am a part of the leadership in this office. We have a staff of about a dozen to do all of these amazing things. Our office facilitates collaboration among all of those many agencies, and we provide technical and administrative support to NSET. We and to the advisory bodies that prepare reports on our work. We prepare the supplement to the president's budget. So each year we look at the crosscut in terms of nanotechnology and report to Congress how much federal money is being spent on nanotechnology R&D in its various forms. We prepare a strategic plan every 5 years. We also promote commercialization of nanotechnology. We have a staff member dedicated solely to being an industry liaison, and they facilitate entrepreneurship through sharing best practices, arranging for podcasts, webinars, workshops focused on the business community. The NNCO is also responsible for public outreach and public engagement on behalf of the NNI, which we do in a number of ways. We maintain nano.gov, which is the NNI website. We host workshops, open to the public, many of them, meetings, webinars. We distribute a newsletter. There are 3 podcast series currently coming out of the office, and with new leadership, we hope to continue that trend. And we facilitate a number of networks and communities of interest around topics, water, sensors, nanoplastics, also a lot of activity in nano environmental health and safety. We are by law reviewed by those advisory bodies, the National Nanotechnology Advisory Panel, which is the same thing as the President's Council of Advisors for Science and Technology, or PCAST, that was designated to work at it was designated as the PCAST would serve that purpose. And then of course, through the national academies. And when we are reviewed by these 2 bodies, we evolve over time by taking their recommendations and integrating them into how the NNI operates. And the most recent example of that is through our strategic plan. The 2021 strategic plan was released a year ago, this past National Nanotechnology Day, October 9th. And this is a congressionally mandated document, which we say was developed through vigorous interagency involvement and through extensive public engagement. So again, when I say that you are a member of the NNI community, when they were developing this last plan, and in 4 years, probably 3 years, when we start developing the next one, we will be calling on members of the community, you, to help provide with public engagement about what you think is important and where we should be going the future of the NNI. While much of the NNI framework remains the same, this plan, this one from just a year ago, introduces new mechanisms because we want to be more deliberative with how we connect with our various communities. And as any of you can probably guess, the federal government is not known for its agility, but we wanted to come up with mechanisms so that we can more quickly address emerging priorities. For example, climate change, and we just this past National Nanotechnology Day released the National Nanotechnology Challenge around climate change, Nano for Earth, and we'll be having a public workshop on that in January, another opportunity for the NNI community to engage with us. We also, and all of this is leading up to a change in the goals of the NNI, which is relevant to today's conversation. And I wanted to include all of this lead up because this change was not something that was taken lightly, that this was a change that both PCAST and the academies felt that we needed to do. And it was the establishment of a goal focused on education and workforce. So here are the goals from the NNI strategic plan. 1 through 3 and number 5 have been with the NNI from its inception to ensure that the United States remains a world leader in nanotechnology research and development, to promote commercialization of nanotechnology R&D, to provide the infrastructure to sustainably support nanotechnology research, development, and deployment, and ensure the responsible development of nanotechnology. What changed was workforce development used to fall under goal 3, where infrastructure was defined as both physical and human infrastructure. So the NNI has supported outreach, education, and workforce development activities as part of its primary goals for the past 20 years, and has helped to foster the growth of a globally competitive and diverse nanotechnology workforce. But the importance of those efforts were recognized that we needed a 4th goal in place around workforce development and public engagement. So to the entire nanotechnology ecosystem, and to help increase efforts and bring attention to those efforts within the NNI. And I think this was a really prescient change. For many of us, workforce development has been a perennial need. This is something many people in the NNI have been working towards and putting efforts towards for 2+ decades. But as you all know, this is a topic that is really heated up around the CHIPS Act. Suddenly, so many more people are realizing that we need a skilled STEM workforce. Or maybe they've always known it, but are now talking about it a lot more loudly. And before I get to CHIPS, I just want to highlight some of these efforts that are already there, because CHIPS, I love how you said that, Kristen, this decade of CHIPS, these 10 years of CHIPS that we're entering, and these early career scientists are entering into this era with a lot of financial support, although it was authorized behind it. And it's always important to know what's out there so you can leverage. So I'm just highlighting a few of the activities that are already out there as we continue to support education and workforce development activities. And I will say that one aspect of workforce, when you're talking about nanotechnology, when you're talking about microelectronics, is that these careers, so many people aren't even aware of them. Awareness is a major stumbling block to developing this skilled workforce. And so a lot of these activities have been trying to address that and have been working to address that for a long time. And so it'll be amplifying that as we move forward. One activity that comes out of the NNCO that has been supported for a long time, for those of you, if there's any undergraduates out there, if you have undergraduates in your labs, this is a great opportunity. Next Tech, which is a network of student-run clubs at universities and colleges across the United States. It doesn't have to be nano. The emphasis is on emerging technologies, and it is taking these undergrads and giving them that maybe extra support, that extra push, that extra exposure to all of the different careers and all of the different ideas, entrepreneurship around these emerging technologies to help keep them in the STEM pipeline. We also have the Nano Educators Quarterly Forum. This is a new effort, but addressing and meeting the needs of K-12 and community college educators has certainly been around for a long time. But this new forum meets 4 times a year to allow educators to share what has worked for them in the classroom. And this goes back to building that awareness. If your teachers know that there are jobs like this out there, then hopefully their students know that jobs like this are out there as well. There's also a lot of educational and workforce development programs being supported by NNI agencies across every grade level, and the critical technician training programs. You have the ATE centers, NAC, out there. They have a very strong veterans training and a nano manufacturing certificate program that they're developing to take veterans and get them trained up to work as a technician in a semester. And there's a lot of ideas out there like that. This is just one of them. You have the Micro Nanotechnology Education Center, which is a great support network. If you're interested in this workforce development around this area, you should be connected with MNTEC, and they have a Talking Technicians podcast, which again goes towards increasing that awareness. Another tool to get people realizing that these are good jobs, and there are going to be so many of these good jobs in the near future. And your users can support these efforts, even if you're not a technician, even if you are not in the job market right now, knowing that these efforts are out here and leveraging them as you develop the next generation workforce is really valuable. And again, why are we here right now and today? None of this is probably new to you, but just to remind you why now with the CHIPS Act, why nano microelectronics workforce, why now? The United States wants to continue to lead in the industries of tomorrow. The United States wants to grow the American manufacturing sector. We want to provide good paying jobs within the United States and fabrication facilities across the stack. That is a as people say, is a good place to start with that. We learned through the pandemic, supply chain issues are a real vulnerability, and producing these chips domestically is so important to our national security. So that is that was the will, and then we got the CHIPS Act the way. And then I've pulled out a couple of points. As many of you know, there are so many white papers and presentations from the semiconductor industry, their various consortiums pointing to the good jobs that are out there, and that we have lost ground over the past 30 years or so, and that we are ripe to regain that ground through the CHIPS Act. All right, and what does it say specifically about workforce development? Kristen mentioned a few things in her introductory comments, but what does it say specifically of that huge investment that the country is putting towards, and again, this is an authorization, towards semiconductor research development, manufacturing, and workforce development. 13.2 billion has been pointed out should go towards research and development and workforce development. And I think it's really important that the way this act was written, we're really about, as the director of NSF says, reaching those missing millions, driving opportunity and equity for all of America in STEM and innovation. The legislation authorizes investments to expand the geographic and institutional diversity of research institutions and students and researchers that they serve, and provide opportunities to historically underserved students and communities. And this section will primarily be done through funding through the NSF is what the act suggested or authorized, excuse me. And again, the act calls out good paying skilled jobs. They want this to provide STEM opportunities to more of America to participate in good paying skilled jobs. And STEM education and workforce development activities are critical to developing the skills needed to take on these highly skilled jobs in emerging industries. And to ensure that more people from all backgrounds in all regions and communities around the country, especially people from marginalized and underserved and under-resourced communities, can benefit from and participate in STEM education and training opportunities. The CHIPS and Science Act authorizes new and expanded investments in STEM education and training from K-12 to community college, undergraduate, and graduate education. And as an aside, my experience with the NNCI, so many sites and MANTH really work to support that K-12 community as well as community college, undergraduate, and graduate education. So a lot of this is keep on doing what you're doing, keep on keeping on, and think about ways to expand and leverage and build to support more Americans in this workforce development. The CHIPS R&D program will invest $11 billion in the National Semiconductor Technology Center, the NSTC, the National Advanced Packaging Manufacturing Program, and up to 3 new Manufacturing USA institutes. And in NIST, they'll have a metrology research and development program. So all of these new programs are intended to create a dynamic new network of innovation for the semiconductor ecosystem in the United States. How do you situate it in Philly? What is your little node in that dynamic network? That's what you should be thinking about, right? And executing this vision will require collaboration with academia, industry, and will require sustained investment over many years. Again, Kristen's comment about the decade of chips. The physical and cyber infrastructure that is necessary to support all of these plans and workforce development around this issue, you, the Singh Center, and other user facilities, you're all a necessary part of all of this. And I wanted to point out, pulling this from PCAST's recent recommendations, you can find their presentations online. They have some recommendations around CHIPS Act. And again, 6 geographically distributed coalitions of excellence around major technical thrusts around semiconductors. So advanced logic, packaging, advanced memory, for example. And they want this National Microelectronics Education and Training Network. And I mentioned the Micro Nanotechnology Education Center, which already exists. So being connected and looking at that seems like a really good model and a really good place to start if you're thinking about being a part of this education and training network, right? Now, taking all of that and circling back to the NNI and what exists and what you're already a part of. The NNI existing infrastructure plays a critical role in education and workforce development already. Keep on keeping on. And this beautiful picture here is from a past REU convocation that MANTH participates in across the NNCI. All right, I mentioned that goal 4 was new, workforce development, and that it was separated out of goal 3, which concerns infrastructure. Goal 3 is a real pillar of the NNI. It provides the infrastructure to sustainably support nanotechnology research and development and deployment. The objectives include our objectives through the goal 3 is to coordinate federal efforts that support nanotechnology R&D infrastructure, to promote access to the nanotechnology research and development infrastructure across America and for all Americans, and to provide another one, not all of them, you can look at the strategic plan, but another one is to provide and promote opportunities for education, training, and workforce development, leveraging the specialized nanotechnology infrastructure. And I said, this infrastructure is a hallmark of the NNI, and there's both physical and cyber infrastructure, which not only democratizes nanoscience across the ecosystem, but also serves as a platform to educate and train students. The NNI agencies have collaboratively sought to remove barriers to accessing these critical instrumentation that Singh Center houses, by funding equipment acquisition at institutions across the United States. We've got the NSF-funded NNCI. We've got the DOE-funded Nanoscale Science Research Centers, NIST Center for Nanoscale Science and Technology. We've got NIH's Nanotechnology Characterization Laboratory. And these facilities enable researchers from colleges and universities, government labs, small and large companies to utilize specialized equipment they otherwise would not have access to or be unable to afford. So that little slide may be preaching to the choir, but just as a reminder that the network is there and needs to grow. And just for those of you who maybe are as familiar with the NNCI as I am, or some of the other people in your audience, just as a reminder, the NNCI is a network of 16 university-based nanofabrication and characterization sites located across the United States. And these resources are accessed by over 13,000 users annually or more from 250 US academic institutions, more than 900 small and large companies, and approximately 60 government and nonprofit institutions. Researchers from a variety of disciplines and at different stages on their both their career path and in the technology development pathway utilize this network. And these university-based facilities anchor the surrounding innovation ecosystems and serve as a platform for education and outreach. These sites are so valuable as well as the DOE ones. You're the hubs. And of course, physical, but also the cyber infrastructure. I want to give a shout out to the Network for Computational Nanotechnology at NanoHub, which provides 300 simulation and modeling tools that are accessible to the entire nanotechnology research community, the NNI community. And they serve over 1.6 million visitors annually. From the university-based facilities to the national laboratory-based research centers and the cyber infrastructure afforded by NanoHub, the combined power of the NNI user facilities fuels a vibrant ecosystem that offers researchers, developers, educators, students, and entrepreneurs access to a critical suite of tools and capabilities. That's a statement. That's a fact. How do we build off of that now? How are we leveraging that in light of chips? A lot has been developed around that. Oh my goodness, there's so much flying around right now. Thoughts on that? How can your user facility help our nation's need for skilled nano and microelectronics workforce? These are just some thoughts. The Singh Center could, or should I say, the Singh Center can continue to serve as the core of the innovation ecosystem in Philadelphia. Public-private partnerships, the NSTC will be a consortium. That is how it's being envisioned, right? As a consortium of public-private partnerships. So thinking about your connections right now and how you can grow those. Your hub already, I'm sure, and I know, acts as a facility for training these future workers for internships and apprenticeships, hands-on training. They support a national microelectronics training network already, even though there isn't one, officially yet. You already support small businesses, community colleges, K-12, industry, and non-R1 institutions. You're the hub for that. And through MANTH, you have the Mid-Atlantic Region Clean Room Managers workshops that you do. You have that broader network in place where you are already sharing best practices for research clean room operations throughout your region. How do you overlay a workforce training network onto those existing relationships? How do you encourage more industry users to host apprenticeships where they're trained using your facilities? How do you bring in more community college students to train them to be technicians? How do you provide the resources so those community colleges? I know that you've worked to bring in intro to nano classes and other things like that. This is non-trivial, I understand that, but how do you do more of that? Bringing those students in for hands-on? How do you make sure people know that these jobs are there? How do you bring in more non-R1 institution faculty, but their students as well? How do you give them that spark to continue in this pathway through RAUs and trainingships, giving them hands-on experience as well? And I think I've way talked more than I should have. I'm going to end again on reminding all of you that you are a part of the NNI and that the NNCO is a resource for you. We have public meetings and webinars that you are welcome to participate in. That strategic plan, there were a number of public webinars, public workshops that all of you could have participated in. We regularly issue RFIs that you can respond to. If you have students that are interested, you can do activities like the Next Tech Student Network. And we want to share your stories. We promote things through social media. I will tell you, our social media is, how should I say this? We are trying to have fun with it, but we have to have fun with it within the confines and the box of the federal government. But we will promote your success stories and show off your beautiful pictures of the nano scale. And we have our podcast if you want to share with the broader community what you're up to. We invite speakers, but we're always happy to have volunteers as well. And with that, thank you so much for your time. I hope, Kristen, that I spoke to what you were hoping I would speak to. Thank you all.
Thank you, Quinn. You spoke to that and much more. So thank you for the very informational and it's inspirational talk. If you have a couple moments, maybe we could take one or two questions.
Sure, yeah, definitely.
Can you just shout out?
Okay, so I saw on the slide of interaction on these hubs, the K through 12 exposure piece, and I'm just wondering how you introduce such a fascinating career path to K through 12 kids. Does that really happen, or is that a wish list? Or I mean, is there an actual action plan for that?
Oh my goodness. I would give you a high five if I was there in person, because not only is that a wonderful question, but it's a question that I can answer. I feel very comfortable with answering. Research experience for teachers. This is an activity that the NSF funds. That is a great way to make teachers comfortable with this topic. And they develop lessons that work in their classrooms. This is for, you can have high school teachers participate. You can write it for middle school teachers. The K-12 in that aspect is If teachers are comfortable with it and can see how it aligns with what they already have to teach, it is a fun way to grab their students' attention when you can talk about Spider-Man, for example. So RET is one way that you can get that K-12 and getting teachers aware. A lot of people do outreach to K-12 students during the pandemic. A lot of time was spent doing virtual class trips, providing the materials for hands-on demos so students can learn about the nanoscale, how materials behave differently when you make them really small as well. So for me, the one-off connection with the K-12 students, and I should say more like 5-12, it's tougher when they're really small, but middle school and high school, those are to get students excited, to teach them about something that they might not have thought about before, to do those hands-on demos that surprise them. But the connection with the teachers, one of the activities through the NNCI is the Summer Institute for Middle School Teachers, which is a week-long workshop. These RETs, as more and more of our educators are aware of it and are comfortable with it, and the more we can make it easy for them to add it to their existing curriculum, the more our students learn that it's out there.
Last quick question. Yeah, go ahead, please.
I'm developing an apprenticeship program for lithography technicians in New York State, and I'm wondering if there's resources for content for training.
Absolutely. Where are you at? What school are you at in New York State?
I'm in industry.
You're in industry. You should 100% reach out to that Micro Nanotechnology Education Center, MNTEC. They will point you to groups that have developed that. That is out there. I am 100% certain of that. Another resource is NAC, the one I mentioned, Kristen, you know all of these groups that I'm talking about. You can provide emails and websites to answer this question, because there are a lot, but I would say MNTEC and New York State in particular has been very, very active with around the Albany area in particular. So, and there's the info@nnco.nano.gov. You send that email out, it'll get to me, and I will give you a whole list of places where you can look, because there is content out there. Absolutely. And I'm glad you're working on developing an apprenticeship program. That's great.
Thank you, Quinn. I know you have a busy schedule, and we will also move on to our more local section, but we really wanted to thank you. That was a great talk, and I know you kind of stepped into this sort of last minute, and one of the first things you've done on the job. So thank you so much.
My first official speaking engagement. So thank you for inviting me.
Take care. Yeah.
Enjoy the rest of your workshop. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
I need to share the screen. Okay, and Tony?
So we are going to move from the federal and national perspectives to the regional, local perspectives. We're very lucky to have Dr. Anthony Green, who is the Chief Scientific Officer for Ben Franklin Technology Partners. He joined Ben Franklin in 2006, where he created its earliest seed funding program, which invested in 125 companies. I'm going to skip forward on a long list of programs that are built on the regional's innovation ecosystem that he's been involved with or been the lead on, to what his newest lead is, which is Ben Franklin's newest partnership which is the Innovation Center at 3.0 University Place. In Tensegrity, the Greater Philadelphia Smart Communities equals Safe Communities Initiative. So he's had over 30 years of experience in the biotech industry and has earned his PhD, presumably for those 30 years, from Temple's Med School. So anyway, welcome and thank you so much.
Thank you. So this is the last one before the break, but we're going to focus on something very different here. And in fact, the preceding talk from Quinn is a perfect segue, because what I really want to emphasize is two things. One is that the work that you're doing, even at the basic fundamental science level, at some point you'd like it to get out the door and have an impact. And you need to understand what that impact is, not just on a community, not just on a region, but to an individual. And that path is very difficult to do. Second piece is to understand how this region helps create those types of environments that will support the development and advancement of new technologies, and especially emerging technologies. And I'll walk through some of that. The last piece, and it may be somewhat redundant from Quinn's days, is the focus on the workforce. I can't emphasize enough the number of companies that come to Ben Franklin for funding. And just, if you don't know my organization, we're the most active seed investor of technology companies on the East Coast. We've invested in almost 2,500 companies, including Centacor. We're in Vijay Kumar's Exxon and Ghost Robotics. We're investors in those. We're here to support the region's technology industry. But getting those products out the door and building an infrastructure that supports that is pretty tricky. So I'm going to start with two quotes that I've used a lot that help frame this in my beady little head in terms of the real world. Science has cured every disease known to mice. It's great to be able to take something, shove it in a mouse, and show that you've got something. How do you now get that out the door into a product that's now going to go into a human? So this is my friend Dave Weiner. 15 years ago, I gave one of the first talks at the NNI. Tom Khalil was running the shop back then. And I made this comment, and I got booed. I don't care if it's Nano, Micro, Yocto, Groucho, or Zeppo. If it gets my product out the door 10 minutes faster, I'm interested. Nano was brand new then. It's a means to an end for a lot of people. The only problem with the Zeppo, not really a Marx product. There's lots of ways to look at how you build an ecosystem. This is a fairly simplistic way where you've got to have sort of this match of research, commercial, human, what's the value proposition. But I find this fairly simplistic. And so being, having a little bit of academic in me, I, of course, use a lot of words to say not a lot. Catalyzed regional ecosystems. And one of the challenges we have here in Philadelphia is that we are so dominated by eds and meds. And when I think about the way that we build an ecosystem around engineering and IoT and so forth, it's not nearly as mature as the life sciences. And I'll show you some more data about that, because that impacts everything that gets commercialized, from what you choose to develop to the venture capital market that's going to support the companies that are going to advance those technologies to the marketplace. How do you develop technologies that integrate not just a technology, but integrate into a region, into a community, into an individual? How do you expand company formation? You're going to see some data on the importance of small businesses in the innovation community. How do you invest in equitable job creation? You heard a lot about workforce. I'm going to talk more about that, because that is right now one of the single biggest impediments to the advancement of small companies is the workforce. How do you support safety and security? We're in a new world now. IoT, the cloud, cyber, AI, you name it. How do you protect that? How do you protect public safety? How do you protect personal data? And how do you channel all that to build into resilience? Think about all the things that went wrong during COVID, the supply chain issues, the transportation, everything that just went sideways. How do you build an ecosystem that can mitigate those kinds of challenges so when the next challenge comes, you're prepared? Problem is, you've got these challenges. There's a lack of integration. There's a lack of integration in the communities. The solutions that may be useful for Center City, Philadelphia, or inner city Philadelphia may not be useful out in the suburbs or in the rural area. And you need to think about how do you create something that can integrate? How do you, of course, this is a fundamental issue, the disconnection between the push, the technology generators, and the pull. Who wants it? Who's going to fund it? How are you going to get it through the FDA or through the regulatory agencies? And then again, understanding what the implications are of these next generation of technologies. For those of you who spend a lot of time with tech transfer and university industry, I don't need to go through this. There's always tension between the academic community, the industry community, and the tech transfer offices in between. And there is reams of data about this. And I'm certainly not going to go through this, except to say that those challenges need to be broken down. This is how we view an ecosystem. It isn't just a couple of parts. It's every one of these. And if you don't have an integration of the technology generation with the capital, with corporate, with policy, you can develop the greatest technology you want, but if the regulators say, nope, you can't do it, or the city says you can't do it, or the feds say you can't do it, you don't have a product. So you need the policy people involved. Think about where Nano was 15 years ago. You had OSHA fighting with NIOSH, fighting with every other agency on defining what Nano was. These are policy decisions that implicated what you could do and what kind of product you could develop. Management and talent, obviously, that's a big focus today. Space, I'm going to talk a little bit about that. There's a lot of space for life sciences in this region. There's almost none for engineering. I'll show you some data. And then specialized resources. We talked about Singh as one of the major specialized resources, but prototyping, market research, manufacturing, regulatory. You need companies and technologies need resources that can help you understand what it's going to need to get your product or a new technology out the door. So we're here in Philadelphia. Our entire organization only works in the 5 counties, in Philadelphia and the 4 surrounding counties. So we are very committed to this region. And why now? Here's just some of the projects that are happening. You may not know this. There's a $6 billion plan for the Navy Yard where we are. Camden is developing an entire new transportation center, $250 million transportation. Where's the new technology coming from? Where are the sensors going to go? How are they going to monitor these things? How are they going to move information to the cloud? How are they going to handle the data? SEPTA, maybe you've heard they're going to be developing a new train line out to King of Prussia. The Hilco site, this is South Philadelphia. This is a $500 million, the old PES center that's going up. Think about what's happening in 2026, and I'm going to emphasize this again. Look at the World Cup coming here. That's a $500 million in new money coming to Philadelphia. And then, of course, we've got the successes for the first time in a long time for our sports teams. I did forget to put in the NBA and the Sixers. But think about this. World Cup's coming to Citizens Bank Park in 2026. How do you handle the communication? You've been down to Citizens Bank Park. How do you handle the parking? The police don't talk to SEPTA, that doesn't talk to the guy bringing the soccer balls, that doesn't talk to SEPTA. How do you pull all this together in a region and develop the technologies that will help go underneath that will make it successful? Because right now, it ain't working. as anybody who's been down to the ballpark knows, it's a mess. Again, but what you need is you need something that is flexible and adaptable. These are the kinds of ecosystems that are new now. A lot of them were static. Let's create a life science community. Let's create a nano community, and this is it. Doesn't integrate, doesn't talk to people, it's static. You need something flexible and adaptable. Very different mindset. So here we are in Greater Philadelphia, and when we talk about that, just so you know, from a policy point of view, this is what we describe as the Greater Philadelphia region, which includes South Jersey and parts of Delaware. And again, these are the developments that are going on right now. You've got 13 million square feet of new space going up right around this area. Between the Science Center, 3.0, Pennovation, you name it, there's 13 million. There's another 16 million square feet of space going up down in the Hillco. And then where we are at the Navy Yard, another 5. There's a lot going on here. But here's one of the other challenges. It's almost all cell and gene therapy. Out of that community. I was dealing with gene therapy before Jim Wilson came to Penn. Almost all of the growth in companies and venture is all focused on cell and gene therapy. And as much as I love being part of that community, I also think that there is a missed opportunity, which is to focus on the engineering side, the IoT side, a lot of the technologies that are being created in this building. But what happens when you have a poor environment for business? Because that's going to be the generator. This is a brand new study. Pennsylvania was just ranked 7th in the country for technology and innovation, but 28th in workforce and 45th of 50 states for its economy. So where are the companies going to come from? How are you going to fill them? How are the technologies that you may be developing here going to stay here and build an economic development model in this region when you have such a poor economic climate? I mentioned the space. These are all the incubators and accelerators, or most of them, that are around right now, including 2 new ones down on Market Street and Chestnut Street that are still in the planning stage. Only one of these is not a pure life sciences play. Springhouse Innovation, the old Roman Haas facility out in Springhouse. There's 1 million new square feet of lab space being built right now. It's all cell and gene therapy. So we need to think about how do you do that? And the way you do that is you build more small businesses. Small businesses are, in fact, the major driver of economic development. And this is where we focus our attention as Ben Franklin. More jobs have been created through small businesses than large companies. These are facts. But small companies need money. The technologies that you're developing here and others, in this region are expensive, capital intensive. $1 billion to get a drug out the door. Think about whether you can even get a semiconductor if you're building it de novo. Where's that money coming from? Well, it isn't coming from the venture side. So this is a recent study just on the venture capital money coming into Philadelphia over the last year. And you can see very little is going into non-life sciences or consumer goods or straight software. This is a real challenge because these companies need money. And if you break it down again, I did this with this exercise, you can see that only 5% of venture capital money is going into manufacturing. That's it. Everything else is going into consumer goods and biotech. These are the biggest financings in the last 2 years. There's not a single engineering IoT company in this list. They're all consumer goods or bio. On the other hand, look what Exxon and Ghost Robotics, 2 Penn spinouts, okay, $21 million. That's it. So there's a huge gap here, And that is a big piece of this ecosystem that is critically important to reduce. The other piece is that we do have a major challenge in diversity. And the federal agencies are starting to deal with this, but the reality is even worse than people think. Only 1% of every venture-backed founders were Black. Women's startups only got 9% of the investments. Its money is just not there, and it's not being provided. And we're not in a position to get into a whole socioeconomic discussion here, but the fact remains is that this is a major impediment to the building of small companies. There's another that shows you the divide that shows the number of Black and Latino-led companies by sector. 1.1% of manufacturing companies. This divide is real. But you still need a workforce. And for small companies, the companies we deal with, there's just not enough skilled workers. And whether they're being trained here at Penn or at the Nano Center, or they're being trained at other institutions, or they're going to technical institutes, there are not enough skilled workers for the jobs. The US Navy, which is obviously anchored at the Navy Yard, they have 2,000 engineers down there. They need 90 welders today because they sort of get persnickety about submarines that leak. These are skilled positions. They may not be nano-skilled positions, but they're still skilled positions. Companies always have these challenges. How do you retain people? Too many jobs, not enough people. Too many people, not enough jobs. How do you handle underrepresentation? Another major impediment to economic growth and an innovation is lack of experienced C-suite people to run the companies. Who's going to manage this? Who's going to be an entrepreneur? A very lonely space starting a company. I've done it 3 times. It's very lonely and very difficult. And you can see we have added challenges here in the Philadelphia region. These numbers are pretty sobering. The unemployment rate is consistently double the national average. You can see that through this particular heat map and just see whole pockets of the region that are just very much unemployed. This is not a good situation. And part of the responsibility that we have as academics, as researchers and educators is to figure out how do we close that gap. In Philadelphia, again, emphasizing, while the economy has started to come back, we are consistently lower than the national average on job creation. Here's the poll. This is a survey that was done by an organization called PhillyWorks that looked at what do companies want. See the difference between 2020 and 2021. The jump is 100% jump in the number of need for people with computer and math skills and architecture and engineering skills. 100%. Health, we got plenty. These are other industries where they are desperate for workforce. So somebody brought up what do we have in the region to help support, and Quinn talked about this. Here's just very quick. There's 5 different programs we have in the region for workforce. Obviously, NSF Corps, it was created, what, about 10 years ago, 12 years ago, something like that. Princeton is the local regional hub for the NSF Corps program for faculty who are interested in learning how to run a company or how to be part of a company. Amazon has their accelerators for those who are interested in learning how to use the cloud. We have a program called Mentor Connect. This is a very unique program that we run with an organization called PACT, which is where we are developing the next generation of entrepreneurs by providing a team of experienced entrepreneurs. That's company founders, not just great CFOs and consultants. These are people who have been in that lonely space of starting a company. They've sweated payroll and they've taken out the trash. That's my definition of an entrepreneur. And we match them with inexperienced mentees. Science Center, firsthand program, getting to how do you deal now with earlier stage? How do you get to these schools? How do you get to the high schools? And at the end stage, you've got an organization called DVIRC, which is part of the NIST, the Manufacturers Extension Partnership, funded by NIST for training for manufacturing. So there are a lot of things here in the region to support this, but you have to know what's in your backyard and how you tap into that. I mentioned the Mentor Connect program. I just wanted to highlight this because we're entering our 7th year. We brought on 200 mentees, 200 entrepreneurs who are struggling to figure out how do they become better? How do they become better leaders? Everybody jumps up and down and says, well, if you bring a lot of venture capital over the area, the management team is going to come with it. Hasn't happened. We have to build it organically. So we're doing that here. So we've got 200 mentees. We have 115 mentors that have devoted over 3,500 hours of their time to build the next generation of entrepreneurs. These are the kinds of programs that are here now and available to anybody in this community. So I'm going to stop there and just finish with another snarky quote that I like, because it tells you that the way that you think about what you're doing, how you're doing it, what the implications are for what you are doing, and where it goes has to be part of anybody's thought about how they participate in the greater Philadelphia region. Best possible time to be alive when almost everything you thought you knew is wrong. Have to be willing to say that you're wrong, and there's more to it. Tom Sovereign, and I'll stop there. Thanks.
So much, Dr. Green, for bringing it home with real numbers and making us really think about what's happening right here. We have plenty of time for questions. So, anybody?
And Tony, thank you for joining us and for giving us this presentation. I have a lot to ask you, some of which I'll ask you later over beer, I'm sure. But generally, as we think about trying to support an industry that's sort of CHIPS Act relevant in this region, knowing that we don't necessarily have a giant Intel fab that's going to be landing here, but we do have in this region a fairly large number of what I would call silicon adjacent companies. Perhaps they're doing displays, perhaps they're doing compound semiconductor materials, perhaps they are part of the semiconductor supply chain, the materials. So, if we want to boost our engineering footprint in the semiconductor adjacent space, do we do it by trying to organically grow small companies in this area, or do we try to knit together or larger companies? And Kristen sort of started us off here by saying we have 10 whole years to do it. But if we're going to grow it organically, 10 years is not all that long of a time.
Right.
In your experience, do you have any wisdom?
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to the pie chart that I showed you, one of the challenges in doing exactly what you're asking to do is that those pieces of the pie don't talk to each other. And there's a lack of integration, and whether it's specialized services and specialized resources like the Singh has, versus bringing in a major corporate player here. One of the other challenges here, maybe we should turn off the microphone for this one. The big corporations don't play here. This is a major problem in Philadelphia. They understand philanthropy. They don't play here. So we've had to build this differently, and we need to bring in other people from the outside to get the people from the inside to go, oh, maybe we should be doing this. So there's a bit of a disconnect there. But ultimately, you need to be able to integrate the small businesses with the large businesses, with the technology generators, the specialized resources, give them space, find them space. If I'm an engineering company right now, there is no tinkering space anywhere in this city. Nowhere. There's no equivalent of B Labs and CIC, and even Pennovation is all, for the most part, life sciences. And the new building that they're building is all life sciences. So you have to think about this a little bit differently, and bringing outsiders in is a major way of sort of making feel sort of going, well, we should have been doing this all along. So as an example, and this is now semi-public information, we led one of these NSF regional engine planning grants. If you've heard about this, the NSF is putting a huge amount of money into regional engines. We put in a proposal with 30 regional partners around IoT and interoperability on mobility, the movement of people, data, things. In order for that to happen, we had to get all those pieces together. And we were building it from scratch because the companies and the academic institutions didn't even think about working together. Now, with an emerging technology, you can do that. The Nanotech Institute was built on that model of trying to get the institutions to talk to each other in ways that didn't happen. But at some point, we needed some outside corporates to come in that haven't played here before. In our case, it was Amazon through AWS, InterDigital, and Bentley Systems. So, and like doing that, then we got Comcast to say, oh, well, maybe we should be doing this too. So there's a little bit of political stuff, engagementship in this.
It's possible to use the convening power / lure of this federal investment to try to facilitate some of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where the CHIPS and Science Act is actually pretty important, because what Quinn didn't mention in there is that while 52 million was going for semiconductors, there's another, 50 billion. There's another $100 billion that's been allocated to NSF, to NIST, the Department of Energy. It's $170 billion in new funding over the next 10 years. Even this NSF Regional Innovations Engines program, the carrot is not the $1 million planning grant. They're going to do 50 of those. It's the 160 million 10-year engine that they're going to fund. This is brand new for NSF. NSF has never used the word venture capital or CEO in any solicitation in its entire history until the regional innovation. That's the new thinking that can help make this happen. And to make that happen, they had to create a whole new directorship, the TIP directorship. That's new. But what's also important, and this gets back to policy, the NSF authorization language had to change to allow organizations that were not degree granting institutions to apply for NSF funding, to lead for NSF funding. That required a change in the legislation. And now it's percolated through this new thing. So this is the kind of new thinking that's happening, at least at NSF, that is thrilling for an organization like ours. Because now we have a way of coalescing all those pieces together and bringing them together to say, okay, how do we advance this technology? How do we get it out to the marketplace? How do we get the workforce to make it? And how do we show that it has real implications for the people living 15 blocks from here, or up in North Philly, or out in rural Pennsylvania, where they don't have a Penn or a Carnegie Mellon in their backyard. This is part of the new thinking that has to happen. So that's a long-winded of sort of not really answering your question. Yeah.
Hi, Tony. That was a very nice talk. So you talk about how successful this area is in terms of biotech studies. And I'm thinking, like I thought your chart, the pie chart, the emphasis on policy and integration is really key. What are the life sciences doing that somehow we're not able to do on the physical science side? And, like one thought that came to mind is there's lobbying groups like Life Sciences PA. Certainly your organization has a big part that looks at all technologies. But are there aspects that should be, or, you'd suggest be emphasized to help with that?
Part of it is just longevity. These technologies take 20 years to get to the marketplace, and whether that's the chip industry or it's biotech, from the time that Cohen and Boyer figured out how to clone and develop restriction enzymes to cut a piece of DNA, it was 20 years before Remicade came out, or monoclonal antibodies, or nano for that matter. It's been about 20 years, or gene therapy. So there's a time consideration. There's also a density consideration. Obviously, this is Philadelphia. This is dominated by life sciences, but equally important, what happened early on, back in the early 80s, is the venture community invested in life sciences in this region. They came in early. When I was at Centocor in 1980, all of a sudden, Rockefeller came in with $200 million. That kickstarted an entire industry in this area, and everything flowed from that. So a lot of it is still about the money.
Are there parts of the United States where they're more successful? Like, are there pockets in the Midwest, that like in Michigan are trying to?
Yeah, I mean, every industry has its centers. Software, you got Silicon Valley. Biotech, it's Boston. We are never going to be Boston. I don't want to be Boston. I hate Boston. But that's a sports thing. So let's focus on what we have here. And in this case, for all the right reasons, cell and gene therapy, we're number 2 in the country. We are absolutely dominant in cell and gene therapy. Now, the challenge with that is it's basically one institution. So it's not balanced in that respect, but it's big and the money's coming in. Engineering, I don't know that there really is. One or two, Pittsburgh may be one but it's all single institution based. Carnegie Mellon. Med devices, you got Minnesota, but you've also got challenges in creating these kinds of spaces, these kinds of supportive ecosystems, where a lot of it has nothing to do with what's there, but what are the business environment to make it happen. Philadelphia, is not the best business climate. We got high taxes, we got low education rate. It's not the most conducive place to start a business, and the venture community knows that. So they'll come in, they'll help get a company started, they'll move them out to California. And that's something we've been fighting a long time. So we're really focusing on trying to make something better here that can be permanent. And that's a different mindset than what's been happening in the past. Life sciences is so mature at this point, you couldn't create an innovation ecosystem around life sciences anymore, I don't think. It's too mature. These kinds of things work with emerging technologies, whether it's nano 15 years ago, digital health 5 years, now it's climate, now it's semiconductors, now it's the new stuff that you guys are generating here. What's 10 years down the road going to look like? That's the opportunity that we have here that can change that paradigm.
We have a slightly burning question. You pointed out the numbers for the venture capitalist investment this is around broadening participation, around numbers of minority supported businesses and women supported businesses, and they are dismally low, as you pointed out. What are your suggestions? Do you have suggestions both systemically, but also for individual entrepreneurs who belong to those categories?
Right. So there are a whole slew of new programs for that. coded by kids. Sylvester Mobley started Plain Sight Capital. Impact PHL. There's about 4 or 5 funds now in the region that are focused on diversity at the C level. And that's where they're heading with that. And that's important. And it's just helping to get the baseline back up. But also you have to reach back into the schools to encourage people to think about being an entrepreneur, thinking about being in industry. And that's not our purview. That's not what Ben Franklin does. We partner with institutions that do that. The Science Center, the First Hand program, terrific program for that. The stuff that Penn's doing in reaching into the high schools and so forth. That's where that's going to happen. That's where that's going to change, is opportunity. No question about it. It's going to take years to make that happen. But until a couple of years ago, nobody was really thinking about it as a priority. And there's no question, there's now huge reams of data about how a diverse workforce in a company helps that company succeed compared to a homogeneous workforce. There's now actual data behind that. Diversity actually helps small companies grow faster. That's a fact now. How do we foster that? That's a tough nut. We can do what we can, but we can't solve it. Right. Thank you.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Hi. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Kristen, for doing this. Tony and Quinn, I think she left, but thanks for all your time today. This begins our second poster session in our evening social. So the bar is open. Please go downstairs. Dinner will be served in 15 minutes. See you there.